Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, August the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator trading room of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know that you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. And I can proceed. Uchi, thank you guys. Okay. So market's in for a bit of a whack this morning. We're down 5 on the SPY. So we're in for a bit of a down, or something that definitely downward pressure on the market this morning. So of course this is going to turn around later on, but right now most of the indices are going to be down. Let's take a look at what is happening. So the trade of the week, first of all, is STKL. Now with the market being down like this, I know it is, in theory, it is triggered. Well, hasn't. Okay, 1064 is a trigger. I would not look at the pre-market for that. So 1064 is the trigger price. There's no volume yet. But again, with this market doing what it's doing, I'd be holding off today anyway. So AMC, yeah, I mean, I don't know how this ape dividend, I don't know how exactly it plays into this, but nonetheless, I mean, I think it's also downward pressure from that UK UK cinema company basically declaring bankruptcy. I mean, come on. I mean, AMC is been a great meme stock, but and I'm not ever going to say, well, the meme stocks are over, because all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they can just catch a bid and start to move again. But look at BBBY. My goodness. I mean, 3 days ago, that was a $30 stock, guys, down to 9. I mean, NHWK. NHWK, they've entered the monkeypox arena. NHWK. SMMT, SMMT. I don't think I saw any specific news for it. I don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, I was going to get to that one, Casso. So yeah, look at the DNAA. So what an incredible run it had. I mean, we thought, let's start spelling right, guys. There we go. We thought this little run it had here, this started at about 1 o'clock, and it was all to do with the fact that the merger with this company called AKLI, which is now trading, was official. So, went from 10 up to 17. That had to be it, right? Then it started to drift down, down, down. All of a sudden at 5:45, this is Eastern time, after hours on Friday, look what it did. Went from 12 all the way up to almost $50. Crazy. And it's kind of holding. Now it is trading as AKLI. I think is that 42 holding? Not quite. So it's starting to drift down. I mean, I think typically this is what's going to happen. No shorts available. Now, of interest, swag. They are having their talks today on whether or not they're going to go ahead with the merger of the company they're trying to take over. So I think that will be done today. I don't know if that means, if it's officially passed today, that tomorrow it starts trading as that new company. I don't know that, but it could be a lot like the DNAA. That's all. So I would be keeping an eye on this swag. Let me make sure. Yeah, so this is the news. Today is the 22nd. So this is the news. So the meeting of the shareholders, stockholders, on August 22nd to approve the business combination with Branded Online Inc., etc. Okay, so that is happening today. SVRE, SVRE, SVRE. Gap up. I don't see any specific reason. Again, I'm just kind of looking. I know you guys were talking about it in the room earlier. Don't see any specific reason. Not when I say that, I don't mean there's nothing today. There might have been something obviously buried in their filings or a couple of days ago, but I don't see any specific reason today. That's a big jump though. XRTX, XRTX, phase 2. I think it had something to do with kidney disease. Canadian company. Ton of volume, guys. Only 11 million in the float. So this is XRTX. The GCT is still strong. Had that crazy day on Friday. ADES, the gap down on what reason? Yeah, I don't see any reason. Yeah, I don't see any specific reason today. Just looking to see if there's any downgrades or anything like that. I don't see any specific reason today. MSPR is gapped up a bit. I guess a business update. A lot of volume, 4 million shares. So they've done a business update. Evidently, the market's reacting positively to that. ALLG. This is an earnings play, actually. Yeah, so this is an earnings play. ALLG is an earnings play. GBNH. GBNH. It's pretty active. Yeah, this is active on Friday. I saw this one on Friday. Not sure I'd really seen this one before, GBNH, but now it's through the 200-day moving average. And again, I don't see any specific reason for it. But low float, 10.5 million in the float. Canadian company. What do they do? Magnetic stimulation. All right. Why not? This way to learn the program is first of all, go to our user guide. I don't know, number one, if you have already, sorry, Ken. No, I don't share that one, Ron. That's Steve's scan, okay? Steve Gomez's scan. I don't share that. It's not that I don't want to share it. I just don't have it. You can ask, go to support at trade-ideas.com and you can ask for it, I guess. Okay. Okay, a couple of things for Ken, who said he just bought a subscription. Congratulations. If you go to my homepage, again, I don't know what you've done so far. If you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link. Okay, first thing you should have done, or you should do, is at least get this Get Trade Idea. I'm sorry, the Let's Get Started, okay? Now, you may have already done the download and installation. First startup and login. I don't know where you are and all this, but you should at least spend the time. It'll take you 30 minutes to go through the 10 videos. But again, you may have already done, the first two. But you should take a look at this. That's the first thing I would do. Okay, at least get yourself familiarized about what the program is all about. And then once you've done that, you go to the education section, my home page, and then you can take a look at the user guide. And at the very least, you should have already done the getting started. You should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is. And I really encourage you to click on this TI stock race to understand what the stock race is all about. That's all I concentrate on now, okay, in terms of a scan. So before you do anything else, that is what I would do. The getting started, know what an alert window is, know what a top list window is, and know what stock racing is all about. That'll get you going. A moment. Let's see, anything else creeping in here? So that, yeah, I didn't mention this one, this SGFI. This is potential. Yeah, so Amazon and United Health are fighting over this healthcare company. Okay, so potential buyout by one of those two. So that's why SGFI is up right now. Apron, Blue Apron, still kind of, forget it. I'm sorry, I saw that little gap up, but it was represented by that move up there, but it has come right back down. Morning, Dean. Weber, WEBR, had a crazy week, really. Crazy week. Crazy Thursday, crazy Friday. Now, the other one that I am really interested in, it won't be today. Give me a moment. So price alert. So this is the one that I'm really interested in as an IPO, guys. This STBX, okay, STBX. It's supposed to launch tomorrow. 5 million shares, between $4 to $5, and it's Malaysia. Okay, so it could be a little bit interesting, shall we say, outside of the U.S. I don't know if this PXMD is going to launch, but this is one I'm really interested in to see what happens. Why? Because some of these IPOs where they release very few shares, 5 million, very few, low IPO price, can do something like the GCT, okay, which is a China stock. They launched on, I guess, on Wednesday. I'm sorry, on Thursday. And I think they closed around 16. And of course, then on Friday, got all the way up to 60. Again, I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen with the STBX. But if this opens above 5, okay, in any significant manner, 7, 8, 9, it's just, I just think it's going to get investors enthused about it. So and it's highly risky, highly risky. But I'm definitely going to be watching like a hawk tomorrow if this one opens. That's the STBX. All right, let's see what the analysts are talking about this morning in terms of upgrades and downgrades. There's one I didn't mention because I know Goldman downgraded these guys, GRTS. Goldman downgraded GRTS. Okay, so actually not too many upgrades and not too many downgrades this morning. A couple of upgrades actually for VIPs, VIPS. A couple of upgrades for Footlogger FL from Barclays and Morgan Stanley. All right, there are the upgrades. Let's take a look at Footlocker, see what's happening. I know they had earnings on Friday. Great reaction. The reaction through the 200-day moving average, so kind of hanging in there. And what was the other one? VIPS. VIPS had a couple of upgrades. And now the downgrades. Okay, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning from briefing.com. I see that ITCI has also been downgraded by Goldman. See what they're doing now. ITCI is a downgrade. I mean, there's no volume yet. It is down 5%. Well, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. I haven't checked the price of oil, but so I don't know what I'm going to say regarding the energy sector. So oil must be weak. So what you're seeing here, wow, so these are the major sectors. You can see virtually everything is in red. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 95% red, that means 95% of them, usually it's 100 or 100 either way, but anyway, there's one holdout. 95% of them are down from Friday's close. That's what that red 95 means. And you can see, as I said, the market's going to open in a weak fashion. So, there is no strong sector. Look at tech, 95% of them are down also. Um, Communications, 90%, etc. So there is no strong sector at all to start. Yeah, the memers are dead for a while anyway, but every single time we count them out, every single time we say, okay, that's got to be it for GME, right? It's got to be it. Well, it always seems to bounce back. Maybe I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to make any predictions. There is the 200-day moving average for GME sitting right on top of it. Well, let's just take a look at what the price of oil is right now. So I see, yeah, 88.95 or so. This might be slightly time delayed, but 88.95. Yeah, so William, the question in our YouTube room, is there a website that I use to find upgrades and downgrades? This is by no means an entire list, okay? But I use briefing.com. It's free. You have to sign up for it, but it is free. The reason I like it is because they will send it to my email at about 10 after 9 Eastern time every, from Monday to Friday. So I just have to check my email and there it is. Many other sites, of course, out there, but I just find that the most convenient one for me. So it'll be interesting. This is the first day in a while, anyway, that we've had a pretty sizable gap down to start the day. So it's going to be interesting for me to see how the races work. The gainers from the open, of course, with the market being pretty weak to start anyway. But again, most of the things that we see in here, once the racing starts, typically they're alpha stocks, not caring too much about how the rest of the market is doing. But even on Friday, what I noticed, because I mean the market was down on Friday, what I was noticing is that we weren't getting quite the follow through on some of these alpha stocks. So in other words, they might have a nice move for 15 minutes and then that might be it. So we'll have to just wait and see. So today, I mean, it's possible that I'll spend a little more time on the 10-day daily breakdown. If I get some stocks coming into my 10-day daily breakdown on the short side, spend a little more time on that maybe. So Jay, it's not trading as DNAA anymore, okay? That was the reason. It's trading now as AKLI. With DNAA, they did the merger, and now this is the new company, AKLI. So that's why you're not seeing any action. But that's why I was saying, guys, keep an eye on swag, okay? If they approve the merger, then it may do something similar to the DNAA. It may do. I mean, there's obviously no guarantee. But it's supposedly they're voting on the merger today. Now, again, I don't know if voting on the merger today and if it's accepted, does that mean it will start to trade tomorrow, as an example, under the new symbol, the merger symbol? Because that's what happened, of course, with the DNAA. It was ironclad. They were going to be starting to trade as AKLI today. And why it's risky, of course, obviously, is who knows? Maybe they say no to the merger. So that's why you just can't go and start to buy this and think, okay, merger, they're obviously going to do the merger. Now your downside is typically not much more than 10, but you do see this every now and then. Most of these SPACs are hold tight around that 10 level until something happens in terms of a merger. But then you get the odd ones that dip. Actually, that didn't go down too much. Well, we've seen some that go down to like 6. But this one 974. So it looks worse. I thought it was a lot further down underneath 10. So that's usually your downside. But again, a risky play. Yeah, so we had that fairly big down day on Friday, and now we've got this continuation. So we have to see if this is going to really establish a trend. Yeah, the 10-day daily breakdown, it's just looking for stocks. Well, they have to be at the low, like 10-day. So it'll be a low, a 10-day low on lots and lots of volume, relative volume. And what I really like to see also, doesn't happen all the time though, is that not only is it a 10-day daily breakdown, but very close to a lifetime low. If it's a 10-day daily, if it shows up on my 10-day daily breakdown and it's a lifetime low, that becomes really, really interesting to me to short. But it's just, a weak stock. But also the relative volume is 8. In other words, it's going to be trading at least 8 times normal. What I really like to see is some news. Now, typically, if a stock is going to have a 10-day daily breakdown on high relative volume, there typically is some news, be it earnings or some Bad headline for them. So that's what it's scanning for. And again, it's one of the scans that I am sharing. Just have to go to my home page, go to the scan section, and you'll see it there. The 10-day day. I have the 10-day daily breakout and the breakdown. And crypto, I saw Mara and Riot moving down again. BITO. Let's take a look at crypto. What crypto ETF is doing. And yeah, man, I mean, it broke down, really broke down out of all this. That was on Friday, and it's kind of around the same. Breakout is to, yeah, breakout on the upside, breaking down to the downside, yes. Probably not going to get too many breakouts today. And a breakout is just, again, the opposite, the 10-day daily breakout. So has to be above, if you look back on a daily chart, you will see stocks that are above the last 10 days. Yeah, Ford is, I see now why you guys were talking about Ford. Big float. I don't usually trade Ford and all just because of the float, but that's pretty obviously not good news. A $1.7 billion jury verdict. It calls into the question the roof strength of some stocks. Wow, I mean, this is 2014. Wow. Whew. So my layout is here, Jason. If you actually it helps me a lot. You guys can find my homepage tab in the room. In the room. Okay, if you can see, it's called Barry's homepage. So in this trading room, right beside Trade Ideas Questions, hopefully you can see that. And there's the link, there's the test drive link, which is essentially what you see. Okay, and yes, we're in the second week of the test drive, but that is, now remember, it's a layout. So if you have a layout up and running, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. Okay, so hopefully you can find that tab in the trading room. Some people find it hard to see. I don't know why. I wish I knew, but all right, Sandy, waiting for your fibs today. It's not supposed to be today, Andrew. It's supposed to be tomorrow, unless I'm going to check my IPO calendar. And again, very, very speculative. But let me just check my IPO calendar to see if anything has changed. No, it still says Tuesday. It still does say Tuesday. Ah, less than a minute. Okay, thank you, William. Okay, so it is supposed to open to, no, when you say what am I thinking? If it opens higher than the IPO price, which is between 4 and 5, I mean, it could, could get a lot of enthusiasm. I mean, that's all I'm going to say. I'm certainly not going to say, well, everybody should be buying it, but we've seen what happens. That's Malaysia, so it could be a little more interesting as opposed to a US based IPO. That's all. All right, guys, let's have a great start to this trading week. I'm going to open in about 5 minutes, or 5 minutes, 5 seconds. And let the races begin. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I've been, I don't want to say breaking my rule, but I mean, especially if the market is strong, which it is not today. And some of these ones that in the race that start to run immediately. Here's Shopify, guys. Shopify. Look how whippy that was, though. I mean, we got an alert on the 10-day daily breakdown at 33.02. I mean, then it popped, and look, I mean, look what's happening. I mean, it's going up, back up to 31.40. 30. I mean, it's very, very. That's why I do not like trading in the first 15 minutes. And where do you put your stop? You just don't, because it can be very, very erratic in the first 15. I haven't used the IPO, Ron. I've never used the IPO upcoming list, so I can't comment on that. There were no shorts for AMC or BB. Oops, just one moment, please. One moment. All right, guys, so I'm back. And yeah, there were no shorts available for BBBY, or AMC. All right, Blue's trying to have a little bit of a pop here, guys. Blue is trying to have a little bit of a pop, and the next high looking left, or there's a couple of things, 727, but also you've got that 200-day moving average that could stall it. Had that big news, I think that was on Wednesday, and but big sell-off, and then actually went negative. Yeah, look at GCT. I mean, it's impossible to trade, but I'd be, I mean, look what happens. I mean, up, down, up, down, up, down. So now, meanwhile, AMC, yeah, they've dried up. The shorts have dried up for me at Interactive Brokers. This is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Well, look at this. Almost, it's getting closer and closer to that lifetime low. I mean, this is another. I mean, it's just like Bed Bath and Beyond, guys. Almost hit 30, right back down to 10. And look at Bed Bath and Beyond, 30, back down underneath 10. Okay, so Summit won the first race, SMMT. And what do we have for this one? So a little bit above the VWAP. 234 is the 200-day moving average, simple moving average, SMA. So it's actually far enough away. But again, it is early. Yeah, yeah, it's some kind of a dividend or token or something. I don't quite get it. Talking about AMC and APE. So MSRP MSPR, sorry, MSPR. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of, they did a business update, but I don't see a lot of action. There is no IPO for today. It's tomorrow. Well, if it launches, okay? If it launches. I mean, obviously no guarantee. And it's STBX, okay? STBX. Okay? Not today. All right. CANO on the move a little bit here. Cano Health. But again, it is early. So markets, yeah, Dow's down quite a bit. SPY's down. No disconnect. We've got in other words, there's no disconnect between the Nas and Dow, value and growth. So, so ape. So again, there's a proportion. So if you owned AMC, then you're going to get a proportion of that as ape. Okay. I don't know. Is it actually trading as ape? Yeah, there you go. Okay. So if you own a, if you owned a, so it's not as devastating, I suppose, because, and I don't know what the relationship is. I don't know what the percentage is, but it's like sort of like a spin-off. Okay, it's not a stock split. It's sort of like a spin-off. So if you owned AMC before, you now own some ape. I just don't know what the percentage is. So the question in YouTube room, DNAA, any news? It's not trading. Yeah. So the reason why it went up like it did on Friday is that they had voted and on the merger and it was accepted and it's now turned into AKLI, the Nomad. Okay, I'm talking about somebody in our YouTube room. It's turned into AKLI and now the downturn. So that's why DNAA is not trading anymore. And now it's halted, DNAA, halted. So there's ape. Actually you see it. You see ape on the, it showed up as a resume, like it's an IPO, okay? And it's halted right, I guess it's halted right now. So I guess, if your AMC investment has gone down, but your ape investment's going up, I don't, I mean, there's going to be some kind of a balance to a certain extent, to a certain extent. All right, ADGI is moving also. ADGI. See if there's any news. Don't see any news. CD, China stock is moving. CD, excuse me, CD, China stock is moving. Some volume coming in. Had really not that much action in the pre-market in terms of volume. All right, just watching that first SPY candle, red still. There's another 5 minutes to close. This is a 15-minute chart, of course. Look at blue, guys. I mentioned blue getting closer to that 200-day moving average. Almost looks like it's not halted, but it's not trading right now. Okay, now it's starting to move a bit. And AMC just got halted on the way up, guys. Let's not discount these guys out. Yeah, you're right. Revlon. Move for Revlon here. REV. What's the high? 3 days ago, the high was, looks like right around 10. Well, I mean, if you can kind of see if it can break through 10, then the next high is around 11. But to me, between here and 10, it could be really tough. ENVX, guys. ENVX is on the move here. What's the volume? Oh, good volume. 101 million. Not a low float. Through the whole number. Well, ENVX on the move here, guys. If there's any news on this. Okay, why not? So the price target has been raised from 50. Remember now, this is a $21 stock. It's been raised from 50 to 100. Why not? I don't know these guys at all, by Loop Capital. I mean, I've heard of them, but I don't know anything about them other than that. Well, there's your news for ENVX. Crazy. Ape has resumed and halted again. Ape resumed and halted again. So again, it's interesting. I don't know what the ratio was. Yeah, how many, if you had held AMC shares and you were going to get some Ape shares, okay? I just don't know what the ratio was. So for instance, if you had 10 shares of AMC, would you get 2 shares of Ape, 3 shares? I just don't know what it was. All right, bit of a bottoming tail now on the SPY, guys. This 15-minute candle has not closed yet. So the buyers have stepped in a little bit, okay? Remember, the sellers had it down to this level, and the buyers have stepped in a little bit, another half minute or so for this to close. So it was actually 1-for-1. The ratio was 1-for-1. Interesting. Okay, well, So that mitigates, of course, the fact that AMC has dropped so much, but all right, remember BWV from last week, guys. BWV from last week got up to $8 or so, I think. $8, in fact, just yeah, $8. Got up to $8. This is monkeypox, I believe. I believe this is monkeypox. But SIGA, SIGA has been weak. Yeah, it's been just kind of weakening. Seems the interest has completely dried up now. Now I'm going to get into what you're seeing here, these races. I'm going to get into it, and probably around 10 o'clock, okay, after we've had a few. We would have had 7 races. Well, okay, if you can't get it, it sounds like you're probably, oh, I hope you're not going to say yes, Mike, or using the web-based version, or using our downloadable application. Which version of Trade Ideas are you using? Are you using the web-based version because maybe you have a Mac? I hope you're not going to say yes. Ah, yeah, sorry, it's just not available on the web-based version. So, unless you're prepared to do something like an emulation program like Parallels, which a lot of people do, or a cloud-based AWS or Microsoft 360, something like that. And unfortunately, the web-based, the racing is not available on the web-based version. Sorry about that. Or crossover, sure. I'm just using Parallels as that's the one I hear most about. Jade Mao, good morning. Well, guys, as I said before, just because we think the memers are over and dead and that's it, look at GME, held the 200-day moving average, really. Kind of held it. GME held it. All right, guys, GRFX. So this was, I guess, I don't know if it was an IPO. I'm going to say it was an IPO a few days ago. On the move now. Yeah, I think we're going to have APE and AMC halted all day long, Going to be a lot of interest in. I don't mean it's going to be halted for the entire day, just a series of halts. Again, this is the halts resume scanner that we've got. Lets you know when stocks are halted and then when they resume. And if you want it, just go to my homepage and go to the scan section. My homepage, go to the scan section, and you'll find the halts resumes. All right, guys, GRFX is moving here. GRFX is moving here. You can see it is at the top of the leaderboard here. Wow, so it's SVRE, SVRE. Yeah, so I think you went short blue, didn't you? Flip the script on it. So Gabu, I don't do that. The question in the YouTube room, I think it's fine. I mean, we have hundreds or thousands of users using Brokerage Plus, linked to IB. Okay, I don't do that though. I actually trade from within Interactive Brokers. The reason being is that I'll start to show you how I like to demonstrate its uses as a simulator. Okay, so I'm not toggling back and forth between a live account and a simulation account. But I don't, I've had no, I mean, we've got people at Trade Ideas who use Brokerage Plus with IB. I don't think they think there's any issue with it whatsoever. But I could actually ask the room, anybody who uses Brokerage Plus and IB, find any problems with executions, in terms of speed of. Did you say you said GCT was shortable? It might have been short. Oh yeah, 19,000 shares, but it's so risky. I mean, it looks like it's got to just fall down here because I mean, there's no reason why it went up to 50 or 60, whatever it did. There's really no reason. But if you're going to take this short, boy, you cannot wander away from your computer because we all saw what happened on Friday. Yeah, I just use I don't use Dash Trader. No. Again, I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. Look at GF. Son of a GRFX, guys. Look at this one go. I freely admit I took some, but I basically got rid of most of it, not thinking that it would do this. Keep moving, but boy, again, these are these IPOs, these crazy little IPOs. Let me just check to see what the structure is for that one. Just give me a moment, okay? I just want to go. Ah, I'm so dumb. Look, I mean, look at this guy. So there was your structure. I should have looked at the structure. 4.7 at 250. I mean, it's way above. Well, it's quite a bit above that price now. Okay, didn't really do too much the first 3 days, but it's all about the structure. Not many shares, and then a low price. I mean, there's the GCT that we've been talking about. 2.9 million, nothing. This was actually a more expensive IPO than we're used to. Normally, these things are in that $4 to $5 range. Oh well. So Ape resumed. Yeah, I'm hearing PRTY. I'm hearing. And there's volume coming in. Yes, volume coming in. Look at the volume actually. It's a big float, 105 million, but lots of volume coming in. Wow, the ENVX guys, I did not take that one, unfortunately, but the ENVX keeps moving higher here. Again, with that ridiculous upgrade from 50 to 100. But I wonder if Zach's in the room. You guys know anything about Loop Capital? Or does anybody know about Loop Capital? I've seen the name, but I don't know how influential they are. Influential they are. Decent shop, okay. All right, guys. So yeah, so look at the GCT, guys. I mean, look at that. I mean, it looked like it was just going to collapse, got down to 40. So if you took that short, I mean, for a while it was excellent, but then it just popped $4 on you. So you've really, really got to pay attention. Yeah, this Cano has kept moving off 5, CANO. I did not take that one. Remember BWV from last week? BWV from last week? Excuse me. Well, okay, this GBNH, if it can get over 4, the pre-market high, I mean, the pre-market high was way up here at 7. It's a low float Canadian company, 10.5 million in the float, decent volume, 647 times normal. Okay. Um, I'm going to stick a price alert just over 4, around 409, see if it takes that out. Now, let me see if I can do this because I went back to the All right, so what I did is I just used Brokerage Plus. I clicked on the buy button. This is in the simulator, okay? And so it'll take this trade at 405 if it gets there. This is in the simulator, and that is for the GBNH. They put a stop at 343, the low of the day, which is not okay. So let's see. Okay, so it took the trade, took the trade. Now I'd be upping that stop. Again, just showing you how you can do something like that in our simulator to practice trading. Now, at any point, I can just get out of this trade. If I don't like the way it's trading right now, I can just get out of the trade. I can just highlight it and I can flatten it. That'll get me out of the trade. Okay. But this is still an interesting one. I just wanted to demonstrate how you can do something like this, but this is still an interesting one, guys, is GBNH. You know, it just maybe takes out 4 for the second time and starts to run because it did get up to 7 pre-market briefly, probably very briefly. And I don't know if there's any specific news on it. So what I'll do is this time I will reset that price alert 409 and see if it takes it out again. Okay, there we go again. Ah, son of a. I wanted to get it my real account and I just missed it. I just missed it, GBNH, sugar. Oh well. So if you ended up taking this one, if you were able to get it, 450s could be an area of it stalling, or maybe not. It's right over that now. But I mean, there's your magnet. I mean, that's what traders are looking at, 707 in the pre-market. Ah, oh well. There will be another one. It's okay. I blame you guys. You distract me too much. Kidding. All right, so ape just resumed again. APE, ape resumed again. Yeah, the GRFX has been excellent too. I mean, I got out way too soon, but the GRFX has been nice. Even Bed Bath & Beyond is trying to come back, guys, here, trying to come back. So the high on Friday. I mean, this was really devastated when the guy from AMC said he sold his entire stake. Ryan, whatever his name is, and excuse me, said he sold his entire stake. And then some news came out that suppliers weren't willing to supply Bed Bath and Beyond because they weren't getting paid, something like that. Ryan Cohen, yeah. Okay, so I want to explain what if you're again if you're in the test drive or you're new into the room, because this is I don't even think I went through my introduction. So first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Monday to Friday, Eastern time, of course. Sharing my screen and live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson. And yes, I do work for Trade Ideas. So let me explain what you're seeing here. And this is my 99% focus, this scan right here, what we call this is a race, I call just a race scan. So what you're seeing is this. Give me a moment. So I'm going to right click, open this top list. Okay, now you don't have to have this top list up and running, but all I'm trying to show you now is that this is what this race is based on, this top list right here. So before we had races, what a top list function was you could say, okay, what if I want to see stocks that are up the most today from the close? Okay, so every one of the column headers is sortable. So if I double left click twice rapidly, I can see the stocks that are up the most today from the close of Friday. Okay, so there's GRFX up 52% as an example. I can double left click on the change from the open. How has that changed from the open? APE has changed 40% from the open. Just give me a moment, please. Oh my goodness, GRFX. You saw my buy and sell. You'd go, this guy calls himself a trader. Anyway, so this is showing you the stocks that are right now that are up the most from the open. Great. What do you do with it? You know, I mean, what's moving? What's not moving? I mean, yeah, the GRFX is moving. But you wouldn't know that unless you're staring at that 34% that now just changed to 37%. That 40% might change to 42%. Okay. But what a crazy way to try to find out what stocks are moving. And all this list is looking for is stocks between, for me, $1 and $50, minimum of 200,000 shares, and up from yesterday, from Friday's close. Okay. I'm looking at stocks that are positive from the close of the day before, and then are moving the most from the open. So what the race is all about, I run a 4-minute race. What that means is every 4 minutes, a new race will start. Now, why I'm using 4, there's no scientific reason. You can use 5, you can use 3, you can use 10. I decided I like to run 4-minute races. It's that simple. You don't have to do the same thing I'm doing, but that's what I'm doing. So when a race starts, think of it this way. Every stock starts off at the same position. So what the race is showing us is what stock is starting to move, okay, from the list. What stock is starting to move. So for instance, I mean, you can look at APE and in the old days, you'd look at that and go, wow, okay, it is up the most from the open, but is it moving now? I don't know. Some stock down here that you wouldn't necessarily be seeing, BTXX as an example. It's at right now it's at 3.8% above the open. But what if all of a sudden it starts to move and now it's 4%, now it's 10%, now it's 15%? You'd never know, but you'll know here because as a stock starts moving relative to the other stocks that it's competing against, it'll move to the top of the leaderboard. Okay. It moves to the top. So you can see the stocks that are moving without having to try to figure out that from looking at a more or less static list. So that's number one. So as the stock starts moving, you can click on it. Okay, you don't have to wait for the race to be over to say, okay, did it win a race? Should I click on it now? As a stock starts moving up the leaderboard, click on it. And that's how I found early the GRFX. Now, the beautiful thing about all this, though, also, is that this will create over the course of the day a top 10 watch list. So the more times a stock wins a race, so right now in the number one tied, number one and number two, GBNH and GRFX have both won 3 races. That's what that 3 means. You'll see, as the day progresses, you could see some stocks that have won 10, 12, 15 races. And thereby creating it'll show you a top 10 list of the stocks that have won the most races. This creates a great watch list for you all day long to focus on. And you don't have to do anything. It's automatically created for you. So a couple of things. I mean, do I have a couple other scans? Yes. But I'm not kidding. 99% of my time is devoted just to watching this. So if you're new to trading, or even if you're not new, I would really, really recommend, well, especially if you're new, because it gets you to focus on one scan only. And a watch list is created for you automatically. You don't have to do anything. So instead of hopping all over the place, trying to create different alert windows, different types of scans, this is such a wonderful focus scan to concentrate on all day long. Now, how to use it? I mean, when a stock is winning a race, it doesn't mean, okay, I guess I better click on it and do I buy it now? That's where, okay, you've got to practice. with our simulator, practice trading. The big thing is to focus on one scan though. And then, when a stock is winning a race, okay, you click on it, you see what is happening. I mean, am I chasing it? I mean, is it winning a race, but it's 10, 15 candles in a row up? Probably don't want to chase it. Okay, and that's maybe you want to play it on a pullback. You see, okay, it's winning. It's like this one, GBNH. If you missed it early, you think, okay, maybe if it already did. Shoot, look at that. So it already did. It went up to 458. Maybe you say, well, I wouldn't mind playing it, but I want to see if it pulls back to 4 before I take it. This is why you've got to practice trading. And our simulator does all that. If you're part of the test drive, of course, you have access to the simulator. And if you're going to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, all you need is our standard service, and then you're set to go. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker if you're trying to figure out who you want your broker to be, but you want to practice trading. No problem. You have our standard service, and then you use our simulator. Now, I'm sharing this layout with Brokers Plus in it. But if you don't want my layout, all you need to do is load Brokerage Plus, and from our toolbar, click on New, and you should see Brokerage Plus right at the top. So you click on it, and then here's your Brokerage Plus window. To get into the simulator, you just click Sim. Let me back up, show you what you'll see when you first load it. So it should say probably not connected. Then you just click on Sim. That not connected will change to account. It will. And then once it changes to account, you click on it and then click on simulated trading. Okay. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. Now, only available if you're using our app. Okay. If you're using the web-based version of Trade Ideas, these two windows, which are probably the most powerful ones we got, unfortunately not available. You're going to have to, you have to be prepared to either get a PC, okay, or get something like Parallels, some kind of an emulation program, or something like Amazon Web Services or Microsoft 360, something like that, so you can take advantage of the app. The simulator uses our real-time data, yes. Remember last week, drug was a big mover on Thursday. Got all the way up to 5, pulled back, 2, almost went back to 0, not 0, but back to where it came. Now it's starting to move again a little bit. Low float, 7 million in the float. Now remember, we were talking about, okay, you want to try to short this GCT, fine, but you've got to be awfully careful, because look what it's done. I mean, it's moved $7 off that low. Yeah, this is probably going to be all day long, guys. Ape and probably AMC halting, resuming all day long. All right, so we had that first 15-minute SPY candle, maybe a little promising because it had a bottoming tail, but the buyers stepped in and closed a little higher, but the sellers are still in control. We've got now almost 45 minutes down. In fact, yes, 45 minutes down now. Now, the test drive version is Well, if you took the test drive, no, the versions are exactly the same, okay? The test drive gave people the program, just as if you were a subscriber, okay? Trader 7. So there's no difference. Sting is on the move here. STNG, Scorpio. Bad little move for it. Any news? Don't see any news. Well, that was a very short-lived pullback now for GBNH. GBNH on the move again. And it just got halted again. I tried to buy just before the halt. All depends when you start Simplex. It's you know, I mean, if you, I mean, I start mine at 9:30. It's got nothing to do with the dock channel bar. Nothing. You know, this could be free floating or in a dock. So it all depends on when you start. Yeah, so Trader 7, that is a question that I cannot answer, but if you go to, if you click on our homepage and start that and ask that very question, I don't get too involved in the accounting of all this, but there are people that will know the answer, okay? So if you go to our homepage and then click on the link, and then when the little balloon pops up here, questions and answers, click on that and then ask. And just say, hey, here's my email address. I just did this. What happens? I can't tell you. The other thing about also Simplex is that my race is not the be all and the end all. I mean, you know, if it looks as long, if you're using my race though, I mean, it should be very similar. So I don't, you know, my race started right at 9:30, like right at 9:30 automatically. Good one, PJ. I see what you did there, as they say. Not a big one though. Little one. No, not. I thought I was going to say something like a massive rug pull. You just wanted to do that. Well, this PRVA is strong, guys. This is almost, no, not quite. So the next high looking left is 41.85 for PVRA. 41.85, so about $1 away. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying that that is the next high when you look left. Could stall it there. The drug is still pretty strong, guys. So it took out the Friday high. So now traders are looking at that area up here at 470. So Listen, again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but that's what traders are now looking at, wondering, how close could it get there? It may not move another penny from the current price, but that's what traders look at. Non-interactive brokers for drug. No shorts available. Interactive brokers for drug. So guys, I made a change, running one other race, okay? And it's the same as the biggest gainers from the open. The only difference, big difference though, is that I took out the fact that a stock had to be up for the day. Just wanted to see what sort of alerts we'd get. So the stocks don't have to be up for the day. So in other words, what you could see is a stock that was beaten down right at the open and then is starting to recover. Okay. Just wanted to see what sort of alerts we get. So you always start off with so the question is in our YouTube room, walk through how you set up the races, my 4-minute time frame and the minimum. Now you can have it, okay, you can have it, okay, you don't have to. So when I say that, if you go to my home, give me a moment. Give me one moment as I, okay. So first of all, if you want this race, you just have to go to my homepage, click on my homepage link. Let me get rid of these things. Okay, so you go to my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. Hey guys, and this promo code is not available now. Hope everybody took advantage of the 30% while they could. If you go to my scan section, click here. There's there's the race. There is the race. Okay, and that is this race right here. So you can start your own race, of course, from scratch. Now, please go to the guide though. I mean, I'll explain a little bit here, but it's really well covered in the guide. So again, if I just go back one and click here on the education section, and then click on the guide and click on TI stock race. We've got a couple of videos, race setup, how to trade race winners, okay? But lots and lots of information about the races. I mean, I can start to talk about it, but you should have some kind of a guide so you can go back and refresh, all right? So a race is always started from a top list. So I'm going to open the top list. This race is based on this top list window, okay? So if I want to just to show you how you can start, so you can create your own top list window. Didn't have to do that, I guess, and you just launch your race from it. But now you can put in your own filters. So, I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 50, 200,000 shares, up 2% from the close. So by the way, YYU, all I did was I just took that out. So I just literally said, you know what, never mind the close, and I deleted it. So now the stock doesn't have to be up from the close. That's all I did. So let me just start again. So you create your top list window, how you want to see stocks. Yeah, lovers, liars. Okay, I'll just answer. This is I think now the default is this. Question is, how do you get this list as opposed to just the stocks coming in looking like this, which I think is a mess. Okay, so if yours is looking like this, all you have to do is right click on the window, just right click on your race window, right click on it, oops, right click on it, and then you should see show top 10 winners. This is now the default. Okay, and now you have this nice top 10 list. Okay, lovers, not liars. So in order to start a race from scratch, again, you have a top list window. Now you launch the race. I don't agree with this, but it puts you into a default race already. So if you want to modify it though, you click on this rectangle and then you right click and show race setup. And here's where you can here's where. Yeah, actually now in the, this may not be available for you guys yet. Yeah, what's going to happen is you're going to be able to, yeah, it's not available for you guys yet. There's a way in which you can set a price range and a minimum volume very quickly. It's not available for you yet. But you can go into configure. So just like I did, you have to get this red screen up. But this is how you would, okay, thank you. And then you go into configure. Actually, yeah, it's right there. It might be there. If you guys have that configure and you get this little pop-up, then you can put a minimum price and a volume and all that. But this is how you start a race though. You can pick how long you want the race to run. I'm running it now. You can run a race based on any column header you've got in your top list. So for instance, if you say, well, I'd like to run it on the change from the open like you, but I don't have that. But when I click on based on, and then I click the down arrow, I don't see change from the open. That's because you probably don't have it as a column header. Not probably, that's the reason. So you can base a race on any column header you've got. Okay, so I choose change from the open, and then the sort on, just use delta without asking about anything else. Like what do all the other ones mean? These are obviously the column headers. Just use delta. That is the change. That's what we want. What I want anyway. I want to see the stocks that are relative to the other stocks in the list are changing the most and moving right to the top of this list. Look at this GBNH. Okay. And then I like to replace symbols. What'll happen is as the stock starts moving higher and higher up in the list, that's what the replace symbols does. And then last, auto rerun. So I think that absolutely most people want that because what happens is once a race is over, another one will begin. You don't have to manually start a new race. Okay. So this is the format. How many minutes you want a race to run? It's up to you. I'm choosing 4. But again, all this is in the guide. And you don't have to have the top list running. You don't have to have the top list up and running. Okay. Wow. What a So remember, I was demonstrating how to use a simulator, and I was using this as a, the guinea pig. Obviously, if I'd kept this, look out in the simulator. GBNH. But that's why now to practice, all you've got to do is, again, you need to be using, or if you're using our web-based version, again, this is not available. Racing or Brokerage Plus is not available. And then, practice trading. Now, if you click on the buy button, we have assigned a strategy to that buy button automatically for you. You don't have to do anything. And I'm not saying this, the be all and the end all, of course, but just trying to get you used to very easily being able to place a trade. And what it's going to do, it's going to buy 5,000 shares at the market. Okay, that's what it's going to do. Sorry, $5,000 worth of shares at the market, and it'll put a stop in at the low of the day. Again, this is just to show you how you can do things like this, okay? So if I click on the buy button for Neptune, and you'll see how now I get a crosshairs wherever I drop it. So let's just say I wanted to take the trade, but I want it to be above the current price. Maybe it breaks out a level that I think if it broke out, I want to take that trade, or I put it below the price. Maybe I say, you know what, I wouldn't mind this, but only if it pulls back. So let's just drop it there below that 15-minute candle. Okay, so now it'll take the trade if it pulls back to 176. I know a lot of people would rather take trades on pullbacks. Here's how you can practice. Give me a moment. So one of the ones I like is one of the columns I like is the distance from the exit price. This will show you, well, how good was my exit? I mean, it's one thing to buy a stock, but obviously the next thing is, well, how do I get rid of it? Okay, where do I get rid of it? And if I did get rid of it, what happened afterwards? So obviously that was a terrible exit. Okay, again, this is in the simulator because since I exited the stock, it's moved $1.50, which is, for a $4 stock, that is huge, huge percent. So I always like to see this distance from the exit price. Gives me an idea. Well, how good are my exits? So you see how this list is building, guys. So we're what, an hour into the market. I've run about 8 races, right? I'm sorry, 15 races, 4-minute races. 15 times 4 equals 60. Okay, so I've run 15 races, and so now this top list is building. This is so GBNH. You missed it earlier. Maybe it's going to pull back, or maybe it bases a while. Okay, so this is why MSPR, it won one race early. Look what it's doing now, just basing. So you could say to yourself, I wonder if it gets going again some a little bit later. I mean, it did hit 399 in the pre-market. That's a big, I mean, $4. It's only 262 now. So you can say to yourself, well, what I could do a couple things. I could put a price alert at a certain level, or why don't I just drop in the buy button, click on the buy button, and let's just say, let's take the trade at 286. If it gets up there and starts to move. So even though the stock is not moving anymore, you can look at it and go, okay, well, let's what happens if it does take out that area. And you can see why I put it there, bunch of topping tails right there, and I think that's the high of the day. If it takes that out, hey, it might start to move. Practice. I mean, that's all you can do, just practice. All right, so now we're being halted on the way down now, I guess. Ape. And the other thing that happens with this racing format is that out of nowhere, some stock that we haven't seen all day, it starts racing to the top. That's what happened with I think the on Friday the DNAA. The DNAA. You can see on Friday, look what happened. It was sitting at 870 and it got all the way up to 16. It was and out of nowhere because all day long it was doing nothing, 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 nothing. It wasn't appearing up here at all. And then all of a sudden the news hit that is that their merger or the company they want to acquire, shareholders have agreed, yes, it's going to go ahead. And so DNAA now has turned into AKLI, and it's fading badly. It's fading horribly, but nonetheless, DNAA out of nowhere was popping to the top of the leaderboard. So I mean, it's a great scan. You don't have to have all sorts of different scans trying to pick up the movers. Now, if this is not your kind of cup of tea, in other words, if these sort of stocks are a little too wild for you, you can always, I took the same scan, same race scan, and what I did was I put a fairly high market cap, 500 million, and also a minimum float of 50 million. That may be more your style, and that's fine. And I can give that to you. Okay, and large cap gainers from the open. Okay, if that's more your style, then here's a link for you. Okay, same race, same race as this, except just with a higher market cap and a higher float, but the same principle. Whoa, drug. Thank you. That sounds crazy, but yes. Understand, I don't tell people what to buy or sell. I just basically say, this is what I'm looking at. I had to like this one because it was above that high of Friday. It had all this room up here. So a little bit choppy, but starting to work now. Drug starting to work now. And you can see, I mean, the market's getting, slightly hammered here. These guys don't care. Drug doesn't care. Drug is trading on its own. GBNH was trading on its own. GRFX trading on its own. These are kind of what we like to call alpha stocks. They don't really care what the rest of the market is doing or their sector within reason. I mean, obviously, if the market was down, 2,000 points, I'm sure nothing would be moving higher. But if you're looking for an active, a volatile, like an actively trading scan of stocks moving higher, I don't mean they're going to keep moving higher all day long. A lot of people don't want to short. It's that simple. They just don't short. But I was interested to see what sort of action we'd get from this scan today with the market being down 2 days in a row, and it's still performing wonderfully well. So let me just give you an idea about what Trade Ideas is all about. We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I just put my homepage link in again. So I'll just go over a little more detail this time, okay? Now listen, this early drive 30 is gone, okay? We really tried. It was basically to reward people who are in the test drive and anybody else, of course, but in the test drive, if you wanted to take out a subscription after the first week, there you go. We will have a 25% at the end of this week. Now, if you do take out a subscription, now, if you want to take it out right now, this is not the promo code you can use. I'm just waiting for it to be changed back to my old promo code. But if you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this Let's Get Started. You've got to have, it's a software program like any other software program. There is a learning curve, okay? You should have it, you should know at least what the basics are. The download and installation, okay, your first startup and login, assuming you've got through those two steps, okay, toolbar and right click magic, layout styles, etc. So there are 10 videos. It'll take you about 30 minutes. Have to do it. I'll get into the guide in a bit, but I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, you can sign up for it right here, okay? Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It's free. Let's see if it's triggered. Last week's did not trigger. It doesn't look like this week's is going to trigger either. We don't count the pre-market. So the trade of the week is STKL. The trigger was 1064. It did not trigger, and I don't count the pre-market at all, okay? So again, with the market being so weak, it's very possible we might have 2 weeks in a row in which the trade of the week did not trigger. So before people start saying, "Oh, it's a terrible trade of the week," it isn't. Because it has not triggered. The suggested buy was 1064. It did not get there. So it may be a non-event for the second week in a row. But it's free. You can sign up for it. The education. Oops, I should have had this here. So there it is, the trade of the week. Okay, so you can sign up for it there. It's free. And then the education section. And click on the user guide. So I've already covered the getting started. That has to be the first thing you do. After that, you can dive into it in a little more detail. You should know what an alert window is, the A window. You should know what a top list window is, the T window. And you should know, as you hear me talking about it all the time, what stock racing is all about. Get these down at least. You can afterwards, you can get into, setting price alerts on the chart. Brokerage Plus, I talk about. All this is here, okay? All this is the trading simulator, okay? But at least get this down before you dive into the other stuff. Here's that getting started series again. Daily support. So today is Monday. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And we have 5 traders, 5 days of the week. You understand how this works. So Chris Varley, today is Monday, so that's his time between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in, and so you can head over there to listen to Chris if you want. And Chris is also in our YouTube room Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. And the YouTube room is just another trading room. It's basically like the main room. They hear me and they see my screen. The main room is just a lot more action, a lot more traders involved. Okay. So it's not like you have to go to both rooms. Daily webinars. So next week we'll start again. You can sign up for them all right here. And Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. We call it Back to Basics. And it starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so if you're new to trading, it's a great free series, Introduction to Trading. And last, my scans. So these are the scans that I am sharing. So the race mode, you hear me talk about all the time. I do have this up and running, the 10-day daily breakout and down. This is what it looks like. I don't get too many alerts, just 2 in each so far. The single stock window, so this is this window here. This is, what I like to see. This is customizable. And these are just filters in here. But if you want mine, there it is. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. You've heard me talk about the halts resumes. And this is a scan. You might want to have this one. You can always glance, keep absolutely, keep an eye in the race mode. This is not and I'll go over it because it's in our channel bar, the momentum scan. I put this in here for probably more advanced traders, Zacks, bouncers, and toppers, okay? What it is looking for not too many toppers probably today. It's looking for stocks that, on the top side that are maybe moving way up, a little bit parabolic that you might find a way to short. And then these are the topping. What? These are the top. Okay, these are the bounce plays. I'm surprised there's as many topping plays. But so bounce plays, so stocks that have been beaten up and maybe bounce. Probably won't find too many of those unless the market starts to bounce like it is. And then there's their topping plays. But these are advanced, okay? I would not, if you're new to trading, I would just forget about them. So those are the scans that I am sharing. So my advice, if you save my link, then you can look at the education, my scans, the getting started, all the information is on my homepage. Save my link, then you can look at it anytime. Give me one more moment here as I last bit of my coffee. So again, if you're new, what are we? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Again, doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you that I am sharing my scans. We also have a toolbar up here. And if you click on new from the toolbar and then click on docked channel bar, these are theme-based channels. So if you click on explosive winners, this race here is in essence the same race that I run, okay, in essence. The only difference is that I've upped the minimum volume to 200,000 shares and I've got a different price range. But I mean, if you like this one exactly the way it is, you can use this. Okay. And if you like this one and you don't necessarily want to just stick on this channel all day long, but you like this scan as it is, then all you have to do is right click and duplicate into free floating window. When you do that, basically what you're doing is you're taking it out of this layout and now it's free floating. It popped on one of my other monitors. Now you can save it to the cloud. You right click, save or share to cloud, save. And I'll explain why I'm talking about the cloud and saving. So let me get rid of this. Let me go to another channel, the momentum channel. This is a pretty popular scan. This is an alert window. So just to let you know, this is how you create a scan. If you wanted to create your own scans, of course you can, but this is pre-programmed. So in order to see if you took my scans or any scan that you see here from our channels, In order to see what it's looking for, all you have to do is right click, configure, and summary. Now understand, this is not a training course on trade ideas. I'm just giving you an overview. All this is in the guide. So for instance, this scan right there, this alert window scan is looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day. Minimum of 100,000 shares, etc. These are the kind of the key ones here. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400%. So typically when you click on an alert, you're going to see a big volume bar also. So if these filter values are met and the stock makes a new intraday high, we get a real-time alert. Okay, so that's why we see PET over and over again. It kept making a new high. So if you like this scan the way it is, well, do the same thing. You right click, duplicate into a free floating window. So again, it came in, there it is. So if you like this exactly the way it is, then you right click, save or share to cloud, save. But of course, if you wanted to modify it a bit, and when you right click and you click on configure and then summary, and again, you see what it's looking for, you might look at this and go, well, you know what? I'd rather have a different price range. So you just left click on the icon and everything shows up here. Now you can maybe make a change if you want. Change it to 10 and 100. I click on summary and see how it is now changed. I click OK. So now it is changed. Now you could save it to the cloud if you want. So just a couple things. Obviously, if you like it the way we've created it, then you duplicate it into the free floating window, save it to the cloud, or you can modify it and then save it to the cloud. Now, why save it to the cloud? Because now you can go up to File, Load from Cloud, and you click, Load, File, Load from Cloud again, click the next one, highlight the next one that you've saved, load. In this fashion, you can build your own layout without actually knowing how to create a scan in the first place, okay? But don't go too crazy. I'm just saying, in terms of how many alert windows that you, put part of your layout, I'm really trying to, explain, guys. I mean, look at drug. I mean, good grief. I mean, focus on this race scan. There's really no need to have a lot of different alert windows and clicking like mad on all the different alert windows that you might have in your layout or top list windows. Focus on this race. People say all the time, I don't know what to look at. Your program is either too complicated or you can make it as complicated as you want. But what we're trying to do here is, taking that complication completely out of the equation. I mean, how much easier is it just to look at a window like this, follow some of the ones that are moving, have a great top list or a top 10 list constructed for you automatically that you can just refer to all day long. Okay, so Jason, are you using our web-based version? Not able to load the scan. Are you using our web-based version? Just talking to somebody you had a question. So Jason, can you hear me? Again, I hate, unfortunately, this Brokerage Plus window and the racing is not available if you're using our web-based version. So guys, when you ask me a question, it really helps to know if you have me on mute or something, because I'm trying to answer, Jason, but I don't see a response from you. So all right. Can you hear me Jason. So let's talk about this window now, the Brokerage Plus window. Okay, so I dropped a link in called Brokerage Plus. When you click on the link, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows how you can actually use this window from within Trade Ideas to trade. Okay? If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner, okay? It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use this. It just means you don't have this feature available, okay? And again, only available if you're using the downloadable application. The second video, a lot longer, goes into way more detail about how you can use this window. So how I, again, like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. Cannot emphasize enough to practice trading before you commit money to the market. You know, I mean, it could take you 3 months. It could take you 6 months before you're actually going to start to trade. I know you don't want to hear that. I know, you just funded your account and you're saying, well, wait a minute, Trade Ideas is this great program. Yes, it is, but we're called Trade Ideas and it generates ideas without having some basis of, knowing how to read a chart and, some other aspects of trading. You're just, I mean, can you get lucky? Yeah, you can get lucky and, and hit the right stock perhaps, but, practice trading before before you get connected to a live broker. Yeah, but people are so impatient and I understand, it's exciting. And again, easy to use. So let's take a look at pet as an example. Okay, pet on the move here. Now look at pet. This is an IPO, I guess, or a SPAC that turned into pet. So where's the next high looking left? So again, let's just say you wanted to take pet, but you wanted to take it if it pulled back a bit, to $8, just to show you how you do it. Click the buy button and then drop your, that crosshair, just drop it where you want it. I'll put it at I'll put it at 750. Okay, let's see if it can even move that down there. So 749. Okay, and it puts a stop at the low of the day automatically. Again, that's not, you don't have to, of course, adhere to that. So I'm going to move that stop up. All we're trying to do is make it simple for you to practice trading by clicking on a buy button. Okay, that's all we're really trying to do. When you get used to trading, then you can create your own scenarios, of course. Okay, so my homepage has been updated. So the old promo code is there. All right, guys, give me a moment. Let's get back. All right, so it took the trade. Sorry, guys, I just realized I was following an internal discussion. So you see how that happened? It took the trade, right? It pulled back to that level. And so if at this point you want to, be in the trade still, and that was the pet, we put a conditional buy order at 750 and it took the trade. Now, if I don't want to be in this trade, I can just, wow, I mean, look what happened. If I don't want to be in this trade anymore, of course, I can just exit it. And just by flat, these are some hotkeys. Look at drug. Yes. My one good trade so far. Flatten. You just highlight the trade you want to get out of and you flatten it, or you can get out of half your trade, or you can double your position. Okay. What I'm going to do is maybe let it hit the stop price, or I can start moving the stop price up. Or if again, I want to get out of the trade right now, I just flatten it. Now, if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade, okay? You can practice swing trading. Well, let's see if that 11 o'clock rebound on the SPY holds. Zach talks about 11 o'clock, a little reversal. We'll see if that happens. Now, this drug is, and why do I like it? Just because just look left, guys. Look left. I mean, the high 2 days ago was 475. And I'm not saying it's getting there, but it had all sorts of room. So that's why I would get so interested in something like this. You're in the question section, William. Just give me a moment, guys. Sorry, I'm. Okay, yeah, guys, I'm sorry. There's internal discussion taking place. I'm just monitoring that. So again, if you want my layout, here is my layout. Okay, this is the layout, and but you have to be using our app. If you're using the web-based version, you won't have this window here, Brokers Plus. You won't have the race. Okay, and remember, if you do download my layout, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. Okay, you don't want to have your layout disappear, which is okay, as long as you save it to the cloud first, and then it's there, and you can always bring it back. And just general info, you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. We get that question quite a bit. You can have it on as many devices as you want. So I have my desktop, got a laptop, a couple of tablets, etc. Okay, you can only have it open one device at a time. So it is important though to save things to the cloud, because obviously if you go out and buy a new laptop, instead of you're having to create everything from scratch, you just download the program and then you just load your layouts from the cloud, or you load different scans from the cloud, as long as you save them into the cloud. Okay, so you don't have to recreate everything from scratch. Or if you just have a desktop, or even just have a laptop, and something happens to it, well, you have to get a new one. Well, as long as you've saved everything to the cloud, you just have to download the program onto your new device and everything is there. Now, the other thing is, if you're part of this test drive, save everything to the cloud. Okay, everything you've done to the cloud, either layouts or individual scans that you may have created or saved from either myself or from the toolbar, channel bar. The reason being is that when the test drive is over, if at any point you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, be it the day after or a week after, a month later, or 2 years later, as long as you use the same email address that you use to sign up for the test drive, everything will be there for you. Okay, so save everything to the cloud. And again, I'll answer this again. I want to hammer this point home for those of you who are on the test drive. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. Please don't you know send emails to our staff saying, hey, the test drive is over. Please discontinue the test drive, or unsubscribe me. Okay, when it's over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We do not put you into a subscription. And I just want to emphasize it, because our support have to answer those sort of emails when they can be doing something else, quite frankly, more important. Okay, so just please listen carefully. There's nothing for you to do when the test drive is over. Excellent, Woods. I'm glad to hear. Oh, drug. You don't need too many good trades, guys, but look at drug. I mean, six winners now. Six winners. Look at the market. I mean, look at the market. It's been weak, a week pre-market, and then the market opens, getting weaker and weaker. Who cares? Drug doesn't care. Last day of the test drive is Friday, Lucci. Okay, last day of the test drive is Friday. And then we'll do it again about 3 months from now. Been a very successful, in terms of signups anyway. We had a lot of, more than the last one in May for the test drive. Again, not, would love to see a lot of people convert to subscribers down the road. But you can take your time. I mean, this room is like this Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. This is not something special for the test drive. The YouTube room with one of the other traders between 12 and 1, and then Chris between 3:30 and 4:30. That's all the time. So we really try to support the product as best we can. Well, the drug's making up for the my early exit on the GRFX, that's for sure. If there's any news today on it? Ha. So even they're denying last week. So they're saying, so this is it. The stock continues to see momentum, despite the company last week announcing it is not aware of any development that would explain the recent surge. Probably just a meme. Yes, I mean, 7 million in the float. Some group got a hold of it, read it probably. Some said, you know what? Let's pile into this one. Low float stock. Let's see what we can do. All we try to do is take advantage of the move. That's all we try to do. We're not pumping anything. We're just, our scanner is alerting us to a move, and when we just try to take advantage of it. Yeah, I mean I haven't gone over the AI at all. I don't know if there are any alerts from the AI today. Yeah, not even one alert yet. Okay, if you're an experienced trader, I mean, you really just need the standard. I mean, I hope hopefully Dan, our CEO, is not listening, but the AI can be good. I mean, there's no alerts yet. I haven't gone over the AI at all because there are no alerts. But what I would do, LG, is you can certainly start off with a standard subscription. Okay. The premium gives you the AI, which has nothing for you to do. You have this window, and when you get an alert, you have an entry, you have an exit or a stop, and then you can manage the trade as you see fit. Nothing today from it. I don't really use it that much. I use it when I do use it. I use it like a watch list. I will never auto trade, so I'll always be a person that I am always going to click on the symbol. I'll always take a look to see what it's doing. And I'll spend maybe 4 or 5 seconds sizing up whether or not I want to get into a trade. If it moves 3 or 4 cents on me, I'm not going to get all upset, because I didn't auto trade it or something like that. So you can start off certainly with the standard subscription, and you might find that's all you need. Certainly the races are just part of the standard subscription. All right, guys, I'm all out of the drug. That's it. Getting close to that 3 level, and I always paranoid about a stock trying to take out a whole number. So that's it for me and drug. Just having said that, but the AI, I see there is an alert now. This is not short. It's a short for SVRE is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I'm not sure I would do it. Let's see. To me, well, I mean, to me, there's pretty good support pre-market at 320, 328. I mean, if you took the short right now and it got down to 3, of course, that'd be an excellent percentage move, but it's up to you, of course. If you have shorts available. No shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I don't know what E-Trade. Off the drug, yes. All right, guys. So NEPT pullback. What sort of room does it have? So on the daily chart, when you look left, the next high is 347. Wow, that's a long ways, guys. Again, when I say that, I don't mean it's getting there. It's just that that's how I trade though. I look always looking left. Now I only have I used to have a weekly and a monthly, but you know what? I'm warmed up to just having this daily, the big daily, and it's pretty simple just to scroll. So it was suggested I do that just for the test drive to, not have so many charts and maybe confuse people. But I'm actually don't mind just having this big daily up. So first thing I do when I get an alert, I always look left. How much further could it go before it hits the next resistance area? Now, of course, today's high could stall it too, 255. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:19. Here's a new one, REUN. New one when I say I hadn't seen this one on the list at all. Oh, wow, look at this. So this was, where's CASA? CASA or CAM usually? I mean, it looks like this was an IPO based on the price. And the next day it got up to 767. So there is your next high looking left. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. What's the volume like? Not a ton of volume though. Yeah, only 244. I mean, it's 6.8 million in the float. Only 244,000 have traded. Not even, I mean, 0.57. So it's not really trading abnormally. Yeah. You gotta love it. I mean, look at Ape. The literally that is the socks. That's the logo. Its logo, Ape. Why not? Let's have some fun. But starting to drop now, guys, from the high of what, 1051? So it's dropped 25% from the high. Okay, look at GRFX, guys. Again, look how it's basing here and maybe wanting to make a little move. It's even if you don't see it moving, though it was sort of moving. It's 4%. Again, what does that mean? It's moved since the race started a minute and 30 seconds ago. It's moved 4%. That's what it means. REUN has moved 9% since the race started. That's what these percentages mean over here. Can you not see that if you're looking for active stocks and why we have Tesla and Apple? I mean, to me, the jury's out on this, but Dan, our CEO, thinks it's he's put this as, when you launch a race, you're going to see Tesla and Apple. Why? To show you that if you're looking for active stocks that are on the move, more than likely Tesla and Apple are not them. Okay, it's going to take a bunch to move Tesla and Apple because of their float. Yeah, they're wildly followed and all, but if you're more interested in, relative strength compared to, the Teslas and the Apples of the world, then this is a great scan. So that's why it's here. If you wanted to get rid of it, if you're saying, okay, I get it. Apple and Tesla don't move that much. I get it. All you have to do is, what do they do with this? Always on this development build. Okay, so that gear is there. Just give me a moment, please, guys. Again, I'm on this new beta that you guys don't have yet. Oh, that's where it is. Okay, so it's the pen. They used to have an add edit. So it's a little pen. But you should see something that says add edit. Okay, instead of the pen. I wonder why they. Anyway, so that's where you can get rid of if you don't like it. If you don't want to see Tesla and Apple, if you get the point. Okay, we get it. They don't move that much compared to the stocks in this in this list. Then you can always clear it, okay, and close if you want. Yeah, drug is still on the move, but I'm out of it. Now, what's been nice about drug, which I didn't see on Friday as an example, didn't see too many that had, some decent continuation, but this is 45 minutes up, and even though the market is very weak today, this is a nice one, 45 minutes up and now kind of basing a little bit. Didn't see as much of that on Friday. So again, guys, if you had shorts available, there's the AI, the short 330 SVRE, 318 now. That's what the AI looks like, okay? This was the first alert at 11:15. So if you've got our premium service or you're part of the test drive and you do want to follow what the AI is doing, all you have to do is click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window, okay? And for those of you who were a little bit upset last week when it looked like we were going to make the Market Explorer, which I don't really look at, I'll be completely honest, I don't need it, but the Market Explorer was taken off. It's not a premium. It's not premium. It's just standard now. So again, this is what the AI looks like. You just wait for the alerts to happen, and how you trade them will be up to you. What I would do if you do have the AI, then just make sure this window is part of your layout. So when you create your layout, make sure it's part of your layout. And then when you exit trade ideas, you save your layout and all that. So you don't have to load this every day if you have our premium service. Or if you're part of this test drive and you want to see it every day. All right, this little oil stock that was very active a couple of days ago, along with the Indo, HUSA, HUSA. Sounds like an Olympic chant. HUSA. Wow, look at GCT now, guys. If I wonder if there's still shorts available. Yeah, they're being snapped up now. There are 4,000, 6,000 available interactive brokers. So this is the first day, I think anyway, that shorts have been available. Well, I'm not going to beat myself up, but drug is now moving higher. And it's still got this. Now, three to me could, it could be a psychological barrier, could be. But boy, look at this. Sandy, what do your fibs say? If you can hear me through 32, thank you. Yeah, well, so much for three holding it back. Whoa, and REUN just got halted on the way down. Okay, guys, so there's Indo. Indo on the move too. Indo and Husa usually move around about the same. Very low float, low float. Very, very whippy. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I saw that, Casa. Thank you for that. So it's a spin-off, not technically an IPO. All right, guys. What's the high here is 415. So right at this high of Friday, right at it, HUSA. Takes it out. I'm going to, like, gets the 420. I'll probably take that trade. I look left, and it has some room to 460. So from 20 to 460, if it got anywhere close, wouldn't be too bad. Now, you don't have to do the same thing, of course. I'm talking about the HUSA. Boy, if you got the stomach to short this GCT, if you've got shorts available, wow, this is just getting pummeled now. I mean, look where it came from. 16 a couple of days ago. Keeping an eye on the HUSA, HUSA. All right, guys, just want to confirm that it will be Chris in our YouTube room today. I'm pretty sure it will be, but I just want to make sure. Acon, A-C-O-N. Don't really know too much about this one, but look at that float, 3.7 million in the float. The next high looking left is 177. So it's got some room. See if there's any news on it today. I don't see any news on it. And you probably meant OPEC, right? Not OPEX. Probably, right? Or am I wrong? Captain K. All right, yes, so it'll be Chris in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I'm on my break. Wow, drug. Again, I will not beat myself up. I will not beat myself up. I mean, there's your next high, guys. I mean, that's what it's all about. You look left and you just sort of see, well, where could it go before it hits that next high on a daily chart? And, you know, we're not the only ones in the world that see that. Now, just pull back, but boy, oh boy, what a great move. Percentage wise, I mean, that's why people ask, well, why do I only look at stocks that, it's not that I'm looking at stocks with low floats. It's just that the only way a stock can be up 150% is if it has a low float, the float being the number of shares available to trade. That's the only way. And, you know, I like to see the ones that can give us these big percentage moves. From time to time, I'll see one that has a huge move, but might have 100 million in the float. So it's not like I have a filter that only looks for low floats. So there's Acon. So look at the previous 15-minute chart. I mean, there's that big bottoming tail. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers closed it up, and they look like they're still in control. Again, that what did I say, 160, 177. I mean, that's the next high looking left. I mean, there still has some room if it wants to keep running. And a low float, 3.7 million in the float. All right, Husa, are you going to move now? HUSA. How's this LMFA doing? We haven't seen it, you know, but what's it doing? Okay, just kind of basing a bit here. You can see that maybe, you know, if it bases a little bit longer and starts to move, you know, it could start to move into those highs of the day. And again, high of the day here. So the next high looking left is 186. Doesn't have a huge amount of room, you know, to the next high, but might give a little bit of a trade. Yeah, so Mohammed, you have to do a refresh then, okay? Yeah, if I am sharing, but what's happened is you have to do a refresh because your screen is frozen on your end, okay? So the refresh, I believe, is here. These little, or beside the gear that I can see anyway. There's that refresh that should solve the issue, okay? Look at Acon go. I'm not in this one, guys. Look at Acon go though. Very impressed by this right now, guys, with the market. Well, the market's trying to put a little bit of a bounce, but I mean, overall, I mean, the market is still very weak, and what we're getting some really nice, relatively sustained moves in this race scan here. Tupperware, guys, TUP. What's the next high looking left? 1214. Yeah, so it's got looks like there's just too much resistance not that far away. You're at 1193 right now. 1214. Yeah, to me 12 could really stall it. So not not of interest to me. Drug, no trade allowed by interact. No, William. The question in our YouTube room. No drug. You can trade. It loads into the order entry. Interactor brokers. I traded it, so it definitely works. Unless you're talking about a short. There are no right now. There are no shorts available. If that's what you're talking about. All right, guys. I am just now keeping an eye on the Husa to see how much more it could go. And again, the next high is 460, so I'm definitely aware of that. Don't understand what you mean, William, regarding drug and interactive brokers. I don't really understand what you mean. I can only tell you what I see in my interactive brokers, and There was no issue trading drug at all. So unless you're talking PURE now, you're confusing me. All right, Husa, guys. Husa, I've just taken some off. Okay, so I said I would like it just above the high of yesterday, which was 415. And so it's getting closer to that high over here. So I've taken some out. Got a bad little percentage move. Yeah, drug doesn't look over. I mean, it does not look completely over. I mean, unless it takes out this three level in a big way. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just checking a scan I got for. Yeah, I can see why this is happening. Okay. How is that swag doing? SWAG? I think I better put a price alert, maybe around 1060 or so for this swag. Again, if you're unfamiliar with why I'm doing this, is because in theory they are voting today on this merger. And this is a SPAC. This is a SPAC, blank check company. So they're looking to take this private company public. Okay, and that's what they're voting on today. Kind of like what DNAA did on Friday. So I want to see what happens with this one. You know, we could get some crazy action if it goes ahead, if the shareholders vote yes. Okay, so that is the SWAG. There's pet right back up, guys, now. Not right back up. I don't mean it like that. But it's come back up to the 7 level, PET. No, just something I read, Ron, over the weekend about swag. Nothing to do with the stock race, no. It's just something I read about it. The question is, did I get swag out of the stock race? And no, it's just something I can't even remember where I saw it, but just they were commenting on this one having their vote today. Well, again, it's GCT. I know somebody has probably taken a few shares and been shorting this, but look at this. I mean, this is it's got a lot of room underneath still. GCT. All right, guys. NHWK. This is a monkeypox play. Yes. Okay. So what did it get to? Got up to 321 in the pre-market. To me, it just looks like maybe three could stall it. But NHWK moving. You can see it's moving up the leaderboard here. I just don't look at this GCT. Look at it, guys. 40 looks like 40 is a. I did okay with his GCT on on Friday. It was very tricky. I think I traded it three times. Once lost a little, twice did a lot better. But it had some wild swings. I mean, look at today. It got up to $62. All right, what do we see when we look left for NHWK? 317. What did it get to? 320. Back this out just. Look, so since this race started, it has moved 15%. That's what that means. Now it's 17%. Even Acon, look at Acon. I mean, look at Acon, guys. Not in this one, but look at Acon. Look at these moves. Look at these percentage moves. And this is just from the when the race started. Now another race will begin. All right, guys, I'm out of the Husa. I'm out of everything right now. I have no trades. I'm getting set to take my break. Before I take my break, I just want to put the YouTube link in. Chris will be in our room in about, I'd say about 8 minutes or so in the YouTube room. Okay, so you can head over there, listen to Chris for an hour. I'm sure William and Zach are both or one of them shorted this GCT. Now there are no shorts available. Those 6,000 or 8,000 have been snapped up at Interactive Brokers. And speaking of it, it just got halted on the way down. GCT just got halted on the way down. Ooh, yeah, drug had a cool down on drug now. Well, let's see if this holds. I mean, this is a key level, 250 to hold. Let's see if that holds for drug and then, base is there and moves higher again later on. All right, Ape is trying to move again, guys. Ape. You weren't watching GCT. Oh, William. My goodness. All right, this one's kind of moving again. This Magic Empire, MEGL, another one of those crazy IPOs that got all the way up to 200 and something. Okay. I can't wait to see what happens with this one tomorrow. I mean, it may fall flat in its face, but oops, shoot, don't, no, 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 no. This one I'm talking about this STBX to see if it opens tomorrow. And see if it does anything remotely like GCT. Okay, guys, I'll just get my announcement in. Very big level for this to try to hold, this drug, this 250 level. Yeah, you're right. The market is trying to come back a little bit, and there is that beautiful sound I love in the morning. Just give me a moment, Chris, as I turn off my music.
You got it.
Where's that icon? There we are. Okay, so main room, I'm talking to Chris. He's in our YouTube room now. I've already put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. How you doing, my friend?
We're doing all right here. Not a bad morning. I made the screen swap for you. I was fortunate enough to grab some GBNH during some of that craziness and be on the right side of it. And
Yes.
I'm still holding a little GRFX. I did okay there, and holding out for that big move for it to go to 500.
Okay. Any time frame on that?
Within the next 30 years.
Okay.
I tease. Just gonna see where it goes for the rest of the day here, and try not to let it get below $4, and we'll go from there.
All right. Well, have fun.
So you have a great break, and I'll see you in about an hour.
You bet. Okay.
All right. Thanks, Barry. Bye-bye. So happy Monday to everyone here. I'd say an exciting start to the week so far, at least for me anyways. Yeah, so some good things happening, at least for me with the races. You know, I'm not sure. Hey, look at Pet. We talked about this on Friday, right? We were talking about this on Friday, and here it is again today. So not sure how I missed that earlier. Wow, it's 1-3 races. I guess I was kind of busy with the position I have in GRFX and some support stuff that I'm doing. So that would make sense that I didn't really notice it. Still watching this here, GRFX. Buyers and sellers in quite a battle here right now. And so I'm in from down here on the small account and almost the same area in my larger account too. I don't know. We're just kind of letting it play out right now. So as always, we've got an open forum here for this support session, whether it's this noon one or the 3:30 one. So just fire away any of those questions that you have. No question is off the table as long as it's within the realm of trading and stocks in general, preferably on the software, but any kind of market or trading questions regarding any kind of stocks are all fair game. So I was really teasing, saying holding out for that 500 move. You can't help but look at something like this and you see that, and you can't help but hope. Why not? You get one of those, right? Or something to that effect. So do I really think it will do it? No, I highly doubt it. But, we take the trades and we let the price action dictate from there along with our trading plans. I closed out plenty on the way up here. And, we'll just kind of assess things as they go forward here. I would say that's a positive sign. We just got a 15-minute candle that opened up above here like that. I would call that bullish on the 15-minute time frame, but I don't know. I was watching the 5-minute time frame and kind of started to break this EMA here, and I felt like that was no good, and rejected here and rejected really hard here, trying to get towards that high of the day again. So, we'll just see. Very volatile stock. Very, very, very volatile stock. Very tough trader. That's for sure. That is the one thing I know for sure. The market itself, big old gap down on the market itself here. I talked about a whole lot recently that this area would be what I believe would be a pullback area. Oops, that's a terribly drawn line. Let's move. Let's add a line because I don't want to move any of my lines right now. I like these scenarios where they're playing out, past to present to what could be the future. I said that this would probably be a pullback area. If we can hold this area, and think of it as a spongy zone, it's not exact, right? We can hold around this area and we can get a move up from here. Bullish. We do not hold this area. I think we test lows again, or come close to it, at least close to testing lows. So we'll see. GRFX really trying to battle it out here. Again, got rejected right at the same level again. Just really can't get above that 440 level. Every time it gets there, hard sell orders, large orders come in. You just got to wonder who the heck owns that much stock at that level that could possibly be selling, since it's a new issue. It doesn't really make sense to me, but here we are. So it can't possibly be that many bag holders up here, selling it at break even or so every time it gets there. And I can't imagine there's that many people that own it from down here and are specifically selling at the high of the day. But it is what it is, because every time it gets to this level, I mean, it just gets crushed right back down again. So we'll continue to watch it. And it would appear you are all currently giving me the silent treatment for whatever reason. So there's that. Sorry, just adjusting a few things here. So nope, couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. So once again, rejected off that level, coming right back down hard, just like I said. You can see the time in sales here, right back down to that 420 level. And well, we'll see what happens again. We are in that noon hour where volume in general starts to dry up a bit. So we'll just kind of take from that what it's worth. We have Nat Gas is absolutely on a roll again. Massive gap up in Nat Gas. It's pulled back, kind of come to middle ground here, slightly down from the open, but going to be a tough heating season for the entire northern hemisphere, it looks like. I really hope that this comes down, because it's not good for society in general. I own no nat gas stocks. I don't have any preference one way or the other in that, but I've been vocally bullish on it regardless, and I just don't really see that kind of changing at the moment, unfortunately, for people's heating costs and cost of living. DLO. Take a look at DLO for Peter. Looks like an odd trader the way the chart is here. Obviously, it's pretty liquid. I mean, 1.2 mil shares traded today, doing 3 times its normal volume, and they've got earnings coming up after the post market. So it's a lottery ticket, Peter. I mean, people are betting on earnings right now. I'd bet the options volume. Yeah, options volume's 2.5 times what it normally is. And so you just got people betting on earnings that are coming after the hours. That's it. I don't think there's anything to discern. This is, look at how long that's been in a range for, right? No edge one way or the other on any of that. And I think, I think you're looking at this being tied with how well people can or can't travel. And I think travel's twofold now. You've got, obviously lingering effects of COVID, and you're going to have, recession effects. Are we in a recession? Are we not in a recession? That's, I don't think that's an argument in this, just whether or not people have discretionary funds now to be able to make traveling arrangements. As we can see, it's wholesale, trade agents, and brokers. So that's kind of where I sit as far as that thing goes. All right, Cody, I just wanted to make sure, because those files are, they get tricky, some of those files. And I want to make sure that I was accurate in what my assessments were there. I'm fairly confident in them. But let me know if are you, Cody, after you've entered a trade, do you ever manually manage the trade with exits and entries while having those stops and targets there? Because that's what I think the issue was. Because when you enter a trade manually, or when you enter a trade in with a bracket order, set of bracket orders, those orders are all conditional upon each other. And if you throw in any other orders, it won't necessarily cancel those ones. And that's where I think your issue is coming from. So GRFX trying again. Here we are, back up here. Let's bring in the time and sales. Let's see what happens here. One never knows. See if this can punch my ticket and make a good week on Monday. You know, having a good Monday takes pressure off the rest of the week for trades, that's for sure. So, all right, well, hovering there, and middle of the road as far as the volume goes, as it's been the rest of the day. So, all right, we'll take a pause from looking at that for a second. Some other things I wanted to note here. All right, yeah, so that's definitely where it's coming from. And yeah, the simulator doesn't, it can have some latency to it, you're right, where you press something and where if it was your broker and you were pressing it, whether it's inside your broker or inside Brokerage Plus, it's instant, you know, light of speed. The simulator can have like that, like half a second to a second and a half delay that can definitely trip things up. Something we worked on, but it's hard bringing in those data feeds and having them live execute like a broker like that. It should be pretty accurate though, the rest of all that. So some other stuff, just want to jump around here real quick while I'm looking at that. GRFX, Nighthawk here. Interesting stuff from that here. You know, real liquid stock, real heavy interest in it, but really volatile. You know, look at this topping shadows and way it's been all over the place. So definitely something for the day traders that like the faster moving stuff to keep an eye on throughout the day. What else do we have here? I was watching VIPS because the K-Web in China was looking all right today at the gap up in a nice move. Really hasn't been able to get going above that. And if you look left here, you can see it's running into some pretty significant resistance here. You know, and that resistance goes back to here and here as well. So, you know, I was watching it. I don't have any interest in it anymore. The earnings are behind it. I'd say my interest has waned in it on the day. I'm not saying I'm absolutely have written it off for the day. I'm just saying it's unlikely I do anything with it today. Chris, not getting a clear resolution from YouTube, but are you running BB on charts too, or just the racing? And I only called the scan Bollinger Racing. It's because I use Bollinger Bands as a filter. I never use Bollinger Bands as an actual indicator. I just, in the spirit of John Bollinger, I wanted to find momentum. And, you know, John built Bollinger Bands around a break of the top band as a buy signal, break of the lower band as a sell signal. Now I'm oversimplifying how that actually works, but that's the short and skinny of John Bollinger's thought process behind that scan. And many people use Bollinger Bands as actually a revision to mean. A break of the top band is a short, break of the lower band is a long, to a revision to the mean. You're, you know, wherever you want that average to be. Obviously, Bollinger Bands are 2 standard deviations above and below a 20 SMA, but a 20 SMA isn't necessarily a revision to the mean, always depending on how those bands have widened or contracted. So, but just, you know, the thought process behind what I did there. I want to see it 80% above the lower Bollinger Band to see that the momentum's been building into it. And oftentimes by the time I'm noticing it on the races anyways, it has, you know, it's broken the band probably earlier or close to broken it earlier. So that's why I'm trying to catch it, you know, like everybody else. I want to catch it before the move happens. So that's what went on there. And again, hard reject up here, got all the way up to basically high of the day, rejected all the way back down to under that 420 again. So really just something watching this here, really quite something. I mean, I don't understand how there could be that many shares up there to do that right now, to be honest. And it's not shortable, right? It is shortable. No, it's not shortable in IB. I mean, it's not a red dot, but IB doesn't have shorts outright with it. So, I mean, that just really kind of blows my mind that keeps happening. Really blows my mind. but it is what it is. I can't argue the price action, regardless that I am one of those skeptics that does wonder about liquidity in the market and how real it really is. Right? Question everything. That's what they say, right? So that's the thought process behind that, Ron. Really, I Stephanie had, when she's ever sharing that scan with users from me, she renamed it to something, I think Momentum from Open or something like that. I should probably change the name of it too, to not allude or put too much stock into that it's Bollinger Bands that I'm using. Because, my theory on everything is, does it really matter why something's doing what it's doing? All that matters is it's doing it, right? So that's kind of where I'm with that. Blue Moon, I don't know. I don't know if it will. I think that'll depend on the time frame you're looking to trade in partially, and what time frame charts you're using. I use 15-minute charts a lot and 5-minute charts. So that's why I went with the 15 minutes like that. But I would, recommend to experiment with it if you're looking at different time frames. We don't have it on every time frame as far as Bollinger Bands go. Let me look. I can't remember what time frames we have them on. Maybe 5, 15, and something else. Yeah, 5, 15, 16, and daily. So those are, you're going to be limited to those options here as far as what you can scan on. But you can put Bollinger Bands on any time frame on the charts themselves. Just the charts and scanning are not exactly the same in that regard of data that can be done. So let's see what else. All right, so DRUG, watching this one all day. And again, I had a price alert set for 280. 280's back around here, actually. And came right through, popped up, and I said, oh, I missed it. And then it come right back down again. So I guess I didn't miss it. And, GRFX, you're breaking my heart. You're breaking my heart. I thought we were friends. Yep. Might, in fact, have to close that. Let's see if we can hold that floor. It doesn't look like it wants to. Oh, wow. That just shot right through, almost to my entry. That's unpleasant. Can't say I saw that coming. It did shoot right to my entry. So, all right, well, that's uncomfortable. I closed it in my larger account now. That kind of really was a bummer. That was sour trading day right there. I didn't have a hard stop in because I really didn't expect it to fly through $4 by 35, 40 cents in one set of ticks. I'm leaving it in my smaller account for the moment. I won't be long to leave it there like this. Anyways, moving along in life here. Fire away with any questions. So what else were we looking at today? We talked about GBNH. This was a weird one. I've set a price alert, but I don't foresee it coming back again here at this point. But you never know. Was able to snag some of this through the way up here. Worked out for a nice little trade. I'm not sure what that was all about, but I mean, almost 800 times its normal volume at 4.1 million shares traded. Just wacky. I mean, some wacky stuff today. Looks like it's, one of those stocks. I don't think it trades very much ever, to be honest. So obviously I'm guessing it had news and it's halted on the way down. So Crazy, crazy, crazy. These are the crazy stocks that exist out there and the crazy things that can happen. All right, what else were we looking at? ENVX we were looking at this morning, another high flyer, and then that was it. This one I'd keep an eye on. I'd keep an eye on this one. I would say it's a big deal that didn't get through this level right here. I'll drag my price alert. I think it's a big deal. Couldn't really get through this level, just below 21. Over 21, a hold over 21, I might be interested in this one again. We'll see what happens. Yes. There it goes again. So there's a time in sales. So this one's spready and whippy too, just like the rest. I mean, look, to go from 2175 all the way down to 1950. I mean, those are the kinds of things you got to be ultra careful with, ultra careful with. MSPR, another high flyer very early, and then just giving it up, nice big gap up and just a fade for the day. I don't think I'll have any interest in that for the rest of the day. Party City, same thing. I thought, is this going to like follow the meme stocks for some odd reason? But nope, nothing there. It would seem kind of the same nonsense as it did on Friday. Uh-oh, big storm rolling into me here, folks. So hopefully I don't lose the stream. If I do, Barry's there, so the stream won't drop, actually. Speaking of which, I have my earphones out. Let me set a timer for when Barry comes back in so I don't miss him. There we go. Very good. And let's see what else is happening around here. Another one, ADGI. So again, this is chasing the dangers of chasing those first 15, 20, 30, even 35 minutes. I feel for anybody that bought there because I've done it. I've been here, especially early in my trading. I was one of those people. It's really going, and I've been here so many times, unfortunately. What else? My Holly has no trades today. Is that correct? I haven't looked at Holly. Nope, should be one trade in there. And I would suspect that you have no trades because look at the filter here. Make sure that none of these are checked because the only trade she made had the stop hit. So make sure that you don't have it set to filter profitable trades or not. I think that is where your issue came from. Or where your issue's coming from. So just one trade, a short and bull trap here on SVRE, which also is another one of those ones. Too bad Holly didn't grab it back up here, huh? Just taking a look here. The market gapped down and continued down. We can see that the new highs new lows are still out muscling the new highs for the time being. So keep your eyes on that stuff there for the rest of the market. Like I said, the last couple of weeks, even with, some really bullish price action happening, your biggest bull runs happen in bear markets. And technically our bear market has not ended yet. And this is exactly the kind of rug pull that really, really can wreck people, especially newer traders, where they think, all right, I got through the worst of it. We're looking good now and all those things like that. And I'm feeling good. So let me pull up, SPY again. And I won't lie, I got a little bit bullish here. How could you not get bullish off that move, But, this pullback doesn't, I'm not bullish or bearish. I'm just realistic, I would say, at this point. The fact that, we've had this big sell-off. The trend has been down for, well over half a year now overall. And we've seen some good-sized rallies, a sell-off, a rally, a sell-off, a rally, a big sell-off, a rally, a sell-off, a rally, a sell-off, a rally. right? It doesn't mean we can't see that come right back down here again. So we just keep that stuff in mind and make sure we've got plans and whatnot in place. I think this refers a little bit more to swing trading and longer term position holding and sizing, what I'm mentioning versus day trading. I think when you're day trading, you're really looking at quote unquote alpha stocks, but that doesn't mean that you don't keep the market in mind for that as well, right? However, you've got a stock like ENVX, for example, this is obviously trading on its own. The market is having, I'll say, little effect on it. I won't say no effect, but I'd say little effect on it. So reset that price alert there. Bump that price alert up. And as per my regular trading rules, I don't think I'll be entering anything else for the rest of the afternoon. The earliest I'll look at entering anything is probably going to be around that 2:30, 2:30, 2:15, 2:30, if I'm going to make any other entries today. We'll see. Okay, moving along, looking at what else was on there. Barry said this was going to be an IPO that opened today. I guess it hasn't opened yet. I thought IPOs usually open around 11. So here it is, an IB still halted. Or I won't say halted, still not opened. So we'll see what happens there. Let's see. Oh, okay, so you filter out short, so that's why I didn't see it. Yeah, kind of odd. I guess such a big gap down is why you didn't see anything from Holly. There's why Holly isn't really alerting anything else, I should say. Kind of a bummer, I would say, in that regard, but it is what it is. Big gaps really affect Holly negatively, whether it's a big gap up or a big gap down. That was a pretty sizable gap in the market this morning here on the SPY. So, yeah, that's a pretty sizable gap right there. We'll see what that means moving forward. PRVA, new highs on a bad day. PRVA. Yeah. That 42, running out of steam at that 42, which was the highs on its earning date, right? So, I'd set a price alert there and see what it can or can't do from there. Up, $5 today. So I don't know how much more it would really have in the tank at this point, to be honest. But that's why we set price alerts and we watch things and we see what we can do. Extended is always such a relative term. And there we go with GRFX, right back over that 4 again. I'd closed some out in my I closed the rest out in my large account at 394. My TD account. I'm leaving it open in my small IB account for now, but I stuck an order up here near high of the day here and see if I can't get a fill up near that high of the day and be done with it for the day. But yeah, so that was my thoughts there, Jason, on PRVA. You got rejected off that recent earnings. SMMT, what is SMMT doing? Under $1, so I won't see it in my scanning. So big gap up, pull down, and coming right back up. Massive volume, massive liquidity. Just wow here. Yeah, just massive volume, massive liquidity here. Watching some of these smaller plays here, HUSA, INDO for energy. I know those things can rip. But here's what I was talking about with SMMT. I mean, 347 essentially times what it's normally doing to this point in the day, and 35.2 million shares traded today. I mean, that's massive volume. So for whatever reason, I'm sure there's news involved. I will not be partaking in this, but look at where it's kind of having trouble right here, the body of that candle back here. So made a nice pop and open through it and faded right back down, and it's right about at that level now. So I think above that 140, it looks better than it does below that 140. Obviously, it's going to look better above 140 than lower, but I think that's a look to level. I think with these small stocks under $2, 10 cents can be a big deal. 25 cents is a huge deal, meaning, 140, 150, 160, but also 150, 175, so a lot of psychological numbers with these smaller ones, especially when you see that the volume is faded like this, that, that's a big deal, that it had this massive volume and it's been fading volume all day long. So I would say it's one of those ones I look to it more in the later afternoon, but you never know. You never know. What else? STBX tomorrow, according to IPO Scoop. Oh, that's probably what Barry said. I probably misread Barry on when he was talking about it the other day. So it's ready to go. It's ready to list on the exchanges, according to IB right there at that time in sales, how it's halted. It exists, but halted. What else are we looking at? So Nerve, that was a big runner from a couple of weeks ago. Whoa, didn't expect to see that. So here's Nerve from a couple of weeks ago, and look at it here today. And throw a price alert and watch it for the rest of the day and see what can or can't happen there. I'm gonna throw that price alert. Wow, it shot right through my price alert before I could even get it out. Wow, this thing is just going batty. Wow. All right, well then. That's what I get for not paying attention. Steve was mentioning Rev a little bit ago. Nope, not for me. Here's why not for me. Got all this junk back in here that you got to get through. And you got this one little pop here on a 7 million float. So you've got a whole slew of probably unscrupulous traders out there that can move this thing fairly easily and see if they can't get a little pop in it and then pull the ripcord on everybody afterwards. Is that what's going to happen? I have no idea, but I'm certainly not going to play along with that at all. Not looking at it here, all through this level. No thanks. Going to be a pass for me, and it very well may go. It could run up to 15 today for all I know, and it'll do it without me ever really having looked at it, because that's just how it has to be. As the song says, that's just the way it is. Oxy, Ollie Oxen free. Yeah, big Warren Buffett and all that. So, energy. So I don't know if it's, kind of already had its day in the sun now. And I know I don't, he has the ability to buy more of it or take it over, or, I don't remember exactly what all the news is around it. I just know when Warren Buffett's involved in something, going to be a lot of action. Going to be a lot of action. So I'll let Warren do his thing. He's not the king for nothing. That's for sure.
GRFX.
So GRFX still trying to make some noise here. We'll see what happens. What else do we have? What else? So Nerve blasting through 5. This one's kind of sitting sick in my stomach right now, because I saw this. Honestly, I saw this somewhere down here on the scan, and I didn't pay any mind to it, to be honest. oh well. Win some, lose some, whatever. Kind of a bummer. See if it sets up later in the day. I see HUSA there. What else? CSIQ. This can run. It did, in fact, the other day. Not a whole lot going on now. It's just past earnings, so that's part of what happened the other day was earnings. It was on a nice uptrend coming into earnings, as a matter of fact. Really kind of come back down here, finding support around that $40 level. Interesting look here. We know the all the news and hoopla around semiconductors in general. Speaking of semiconductors, SOX. So what's SOX doing? I not type that right. Oh, I missed one. Sorry, SOXX. Don't mind me. Yeah, not a great look. Looks, not like the rest of the market. Not actually quite as nice as the overall market looks, to be honest. So, all right, there goes GRFX right back down through that 4 level. Might just have to close here. What a shame.
GRFX.
Oh, what a shame. Right back down to that big breakout area earlier in the day. So I would guess that trade is done for now. As they say, easy come, easy go on that. Moving along, what else? Apron. This one's a little more interesting here. Got good liquidity, got good volume. Coming back in it on this 5-minute chart here. I'd say that's interesting to look at. That's for sure. I'd say it's very interesting to look at. It's clearing the resistance from last Thursday. Let me throw a price alert here at around 6. Again, I'm in that time period of the day where I really don't like to open trades this time of the day, to be honest. But let's see. Already hitting that $6 level. So IN, is that what you're looking at? IN? IN? INI? Amen, I'm not sure what stock you're referencing there.
APRN.
There's some more APRN action. You're tempting me, APRN. You're tempting me. You evil temptress, you. Wow, totally nasty trader here on GRFX. Look how nasty that is. Look at that. I mean, that is just nasty. Good God. Some soothing rain in the background for the afternoon here. So again, anybody with questions, fire away for me. I mean, you see it's a decent crowd that's in here. Not too much flying in on the questions for me. Nerve. So nerve is back below 5 again. We'll see if that sets up again for later in the day. You never know. Wouldn't it be nice to see kind of take a swoop back, consolidate a bit, give us a nice late afternoon entry? That would be fun. INDO. INDO. Yeah, I'm watching that pretty hard with HUSA. INDO. Throw a price alert on that.
Indo.
Boom, right through the price alert as I said it. What are the odds? We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. Alrighty. What else are we looking at here? What else are we doing? So struggling right above that 8 level. Some volume there, definitely some volume there.
GRFS.
We know it can run. We know it's got the capabilities of it. We've seen some crazy stuff in the past. Past always isn't indicative of the future, but we certainly keep an eye on that. Apron just can't get through that 6 level. And that's why I don't like to go running into these things at this time of the day, to be honest.
Indo.
All right, so let's see. We're at 1239 and change.
GRFX. GRFX. Indo.
Price alerts going off and off and off here for me. So INDO is trying to make me violate my rules right now.
APRN.
I'm more inclined to do it with this because energy itself is very strong. And let's look at nat gas as coming back here. So big gap up in nat gas, right? Gave some of that back into the gap and has moved right back up again. So that's why I'm more inclined to violate on that, because I have not only an possible alpha stock, but an alpha stock that has the part of the market that it needs on its side. But I'm just not ready to do it right now. Not yet. Not yet. We'll see.
GRFX.
And what else? Nothing else at the moment with us. Apron still can't get through. Nerve is pulling back still. Let's bring that to 85. Apron still sitting there. Can't push through 6. Now it's pushing through 6. A lot of volume coming into Apron. Again, this is more inclined than anything to have. This is as inclined as INDO to break my rules, but not going to. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. There goes apron. There's our time and sales. So a quick pop through. Volume's really coming in heavy on that too. All right.
GRFX.
What else is happening here? TPN, isn't that a tanker company? Yep, DC Freight. So again, I suspect they transport nat gas, and that's why we're seeing them there. Profile, yeah, crude oil, petroleum transportation, all of that. Not a very liquid stock, though. 300,000 shares traded on the day, doing 3 times what it's normally doing. So not exactly what I would classify as liquid, but doesn't mean it's not tradable. Just I don't have quite the interest in it. I mean, look at that move that it's made too. And again, we talk about what's extended, right? That look extended here. Got a little consolidation, big move continuing the whole way up here. So again, things being relative to what they can do. INDO still just couldn't get through that 8 level, right? Apron pulled right back around to that 6 level. So again, this is why I don't like to go running into things this time of the day. I don't want to, I don't want to enter something and have it not really move off my entry. It's not a comfortable feeling to me. Mohammed, hi, subscribed trade ideas 10 months ago. However, I couldn't utilize it at all. I was not able to build my scanners. I am trying to be a day trader and I like to trade low float stocks. Would you please help me or tell me a way to take
GRFX.
to master the trading? So 2 things, Mohammed. 1, welcome or welcome back. 2, I would stay in this live stream every day on this side of the live stream and the traders room as well. Observe and learn, from what traders are talking about, support, resistance. Make sure you understand trading terminologies, number 1. Number 2, I would suggest to you, if you have not watched our Getting Started series or, any of those items like that, you have a look at our, our education stuff. I know everybody wants to hit the ground running and they want to just trade low float stocks and be a millionaire in 6 months. I ask people, please be realistic. It took me almost 2 years to become a profitable trader. Now, I don't think it should take everybody that long, but for me, it was that long because I refused to really learn anything and I just kept rushing and buying things. So with that said, I'm going to share a few education links, number 1, and then I will share, some, excuse me, sorry, it's just trying to look for these links at the same time I'm talking to you. I will share some scans with you as well that you're welcome to load and take and make your own. If I can find this Getting Started series. All right. Now, look, this is a very short series. The videos total 30 minutes altogether. You probably don't need to watch maybe the logging in stuff, right? But you should know the difference between a top list and an alert window and how they work, and how to load and save and share things to the cloud so we can share things back and forth with you. So I would really, really recommend taking 30 minutes or 25 minutes, whatever it is for some of that, really going through and making sure you understand that stuff. Now, I always kind of give a spiel when people want to trade low float stocks. I get it because a lot of the big moves happen in low floats. However, I wouldn't just segregate yourself to low float stocks. Also, what's low float? Is under 50 mil low float? Is under 100 mil low float? Is under 10 mil low float? Is under 25 mil low float? So you start to split hairs because you get people all the time like, I want to trade low float stocks, and then all of a sudden they say 10 mils low float for me. And then all of a sudden the stock that has 15 mil in the float goes nuts. And like, well, why didn't I get it? And said, well, you made it so you only look at stocks under 10 mil in the float. Okay, well, I'll up it to 15. And then the next time 20 mil float stock goes crazy. Oh, why didn't I get it? Well, you're only looking at 15 mil in the float or lower. And so I think if you have scans that just look for momentum in general, I don't think the float should matter at all. So that's my personal opinion. Of course, you do whatever you like. And with that said, I'm going to share with you some scans here that I think you may like. I really, really recommend getting onto our newest version of the software as well. If you're not on the newest version of the software, please download and install it from here. It may require a system restart. Okay, and understood all of it. That's perfect then, Mohammed. So then you're already ahead of the game for sure. Then I think you're really ahead of the game, to be honest. So that's good right there, number one. Number two, make sure you're on our latest version. I believe it's 5.6.4. Please, I would suggest being on that. And then I would get really familiar with our stock racing. I just think if you're trying to day trade, stock racing is where you want to be. And I'm going to share the race that I use here. It's all the races that you see on my screen are the same race, basically. I just have some things sorted a little differently, but the races are the same. So I'm going to share. First, I'm going to share an entire layout based on this race. And you're welcome to, either use that layout or steal things from that layout that you like. So here is that. Share, copy. I could just click the right things. It would go faster. Okay, so there's an entire layout that's very similar to what you see on my screen right here. The only real difference is that my price alerts isn't on this screen. It's on a different screen. Then, if you want just the scan itself, I can give you that, of course. And as I mentioned earlier, if you weren't here, I know it says Bollinger Racing, but I just use Bollinger Bands to find the momentum. You don't have to know or like or use or understand Bollinger Bands. This scan just seems to find great momentum stocks. Now, lately, most of them have been low float stocks, but I found stocks that are over 100 mil, 120 million in the float have some great moves with this scan. So that's why I always just suggest don't just corner yourself by low float and not low float. And again, the definition of low float becomes very broad. It's not necessarily, one person's low float's 50 mil, another person's low float is 100 mil. Back when I was, waiting tables all the time and still learning to trade and talking with some people that I met that work in finance. I mean, some of these guys, when I would talk about, stocks that, when I'd say large float stocks and I was like, talking 100, 120, 130, 200 million in the float, they were like, you think that's large? They're like, no, we don't look at anything under, 500 million in the float, for example. So it becomes a very subjective term. So there is that as far as that goes. What else?
GRFX.
What else? I feel like there's something else important I wanted to tell you. Now, if you want some other just momentum windows, like high of the day momentum windows and stuff like that, I have, traditional scans based on that. High of day momentum. Let me find it. High of day momentum scanner. Share. Copy. Okay, and paste. So here's, another scanner you're welcome to for momentum. That's more of a traditional alert window there. And of course, anybody that's here is welcome to these scans. I'm not just for Mohammed, but, he was the one that jumped up and asked for them. And then from there, what I also want to share with you? I did a video on how I use the racing. Let me share that video with you. And this might help you in a sense too of, what you're looking for, giving you an example of how someone is trading using these styles and these races and using momentum. So, it's about let's say 7-minute video, 8-minute video, something like that. So, and this video is based on the layout that I shared with you before, the layout and the scan. So, the scan is really this scan here, and these are the same scans. The difference is actually this has a price cap on it lower than this one does, but all the filtering and everything else is exactly the same, other than that one item. So there is that. What else? I think that's some good places for you to start with. And then, like I said, we do this at noon Eastern like this every day. And then I'll be back here at 3:30 Eastern too. Different trader at noon. I'm Mondays at noon. Then you get someone else different at noon every day. Plus Barry is here all day long when one of us other traders aren't here. So I think those are great places. This is a good place for you to just hang, observe, listen, watch, people talk about how they've entered trades, exited trades, reasons why, how they manage the trades, so on and so forth. And then get into the simulator and start using the simulator to practice trading, because, you've got access to a live simulator, right? So make sure you're getting some practice in there before you go live. And, it's like getting those reps in practice, whether you're shooting free throws or you're on the driving range or you're, I don't have another sports now. You're in the batting cage, and then you take it from there. So that's my short and skinny there. Got 12:53 and change. So Mr. Barry will be back shortly here. Hopefully he was able to get a nice rest on his vocal cords. I know last week he was busy as humanly possible. That's a test drive for us. I completely understand, Muhammad. I started in 2017, and it wasn't until late 2019 I started, seeing a change in the wins for me. I would just, make sure you have a trading plan, Muhammad. It's not, trading just isn't based on scanning. If you don't have a trading plan, if you're not, if before you enter every trade, if you don't have a stop, a reason for that stop, your share size, and why you share size, those 4 questions, you're unfortunately setting up for failure like that. You could have the greatest scanner in the world, but if your scanner alerts to something that moves $5 after every alert, but you close every one as a loser because you never took any profit because you didn't have any trading plan, then it's all for nothing. That was one of my biggest things was I constantly entered trades and I was up, especially in my small accounts and trading, I was up, $50, $70, $100 on a trade. And then next thing I know, I was down $30 on that same trade, unfortunately. And without a trading plan, and a trading plan shouldn't be complicated either. There shouldn't be 40 steps in your trading plan. It should be, quote unquote, fairly simple. And I know simple is a relative term. Dave, haven't seen you in a while. What's happening? Yes, there is another trading room. Jason, it's not a different room. It's the same broadcast, just that Barry gives up this side of the broadcast at noon Eastern each day, and then he shuts everything down at 3:30 Eastern, and I take over this side at 3:30. You can find that. You can find that other room here, so you can get into it through there. And that room is free to anybody, anytime, anyway, anyhow. As a way for us to show off the software. That's how Trade Ideas got me. Long before I worked here, I was shown the traders room and the webinars and all that. And I came in and I said, boy, I want to learn this. I want to do this. And so the way I've always thought about it is this, the trading room and the webinars and all that is, you're able to attend the class, right? You can get into your college courses this way, but you don't have the books or the lecture information without the actual software. And so that's how I've always kind of equated Trade Ideas is, if you're on a premium subscription, it's, I don't know, let's say $2,000 for the year. you get your books and your course and everything for $2,000 for the year. Now you have to show up to the class and make some execution. So I don't, it's not exactly like showing up to school where if you show up to school, you pass your test, you get a good grade, you graduate. In this case, you don't necessarily become a profitable trader, and that's unfortunately the heartaches of trading. But certainly put you in the best position to have that happen for you. So hopefully that's making some sense and clicking. And then I can't stress this enough for you, Muhammad, or anybody else. Trade in the simulator at first. There's no reason to not trade in the simulator at first. Absolutely no reason. If you're paying for the software anyways, get into the simulator, do some trading in that simulator, get your reps in, come up with this trading strategy, practice that trading strategy. For example, one of the first things that I started doing on my day trading when I was getting somewhat successful, but I wasn't great, is when I would enter a trade, my stop was the bottom of the previous 15-minute candle. First, I used the body, then I moved to the wick. I use a combination of things now. Sometimes it's the bottom of the previous 15-minute candle. Sometimes it's a trailing EMA or a trailing SMA. Sometimes it's a line that I think is a support or resistance line. So each trade I'm kind of independent on exactly how I'm deciding to work out my my stop. But in the simulator, you can experiment with things like that. You don't have to be stuck on any one item. That's the beauty of the simulator, right? And you can test them out and see how they work. So there's that. Chris, how do you always use 3-minute race windows, or does it matter what you're trying to scan? Yes, I always use 3 minutes. The reason I used, first off, when I first started off, it was arbitrary, my 3-minute time frame. I just selected 3 minutes for whatever reason in my brain. I like the number 3, I guess. That's all I could say. Then it became, I use 15-minute charts. So that means there's 5 races per every 15-minute candle with 3-minute races. And I've just stuck it out that way. And that's the way it's been ever since. And I've had success with it, and I don't see any reason to change it for myself. That's just the way I like to do it. So make of that what you will. Hopefully that makes sense. And, maybe you like 10-minute candles and you want to use 2-minute race times, and there's 5-minute, 5 races in each 2-minute like that. Or maybe you like 15-minute candles, but you want 5-minute races, and there's 3 races in each 15-minute candle. So there's no right or wrong way to do any of that. So those are my kind of ins and outs and thoughts on all those different things. I can see Barry's mic is off, so I think he's just sitting here listening to me drone on.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm afraid to interrupt. Yeah, it's funny because I didn't even know why I picked 4-minute races. 4 into the hour is 15 races. Okay, I have no idea. I just sort of stuck. I knew I didn't want 2, and I knew 10 was too much for me.
Yep.
And one day I just said, let's do 4. Maybe I think 4 is my, well, actually, subconsciously 4 is my favorite number. But that's not the reason. I did not say 4 is my favorite number, therefore 4 is my races. It just happens to be. And there's no, as you say, there's no right or wrong in any of this.
That's exactly it. It's one area I could say without a question is subjective. I'm sure there's someone who can get in here and quantify some different things, but that's not going to be you or me.
Definitely. So, Mr. Varley, are you ready to vacate and hand it back to me?
I am, and I'll get myself prepared for the later session here.
Yes.
So I thank you, everybody, and back to your regularly scheduled program. It looks like you got the Tom Bear. We'll talk to you a little bit.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, guys, here's my music. All right, guys, back in both rooms now. So let's see what's happening. Get rid of my announcement. So I'm not in anything right now. I see the GRFX is still kind of interesting. It's hanging around that 4 level. Still kind of interesting, guys. Bottoming tails, the sellers tried to knock it down, but the buyers have at least been able to close it around that 4 level. and the highs are 449, and you can see a whole series of them right around the 15-minute chart, right around that 450 level. So maybe tough to get through, but you know what? Just stick an alert or put a price in. You know, why don't I do that? Put a little buy in. Let's say 414. Oops. So I click the buy button, get the crosshairs where I want it to be. Left click, and now there'll be a buy button or a blue line. So if it gets up to 416, it'll take the trade. And that's what, I was listening to Chris. Absolutely. Practice trading. Practice, practice, practice. Move that stop up a lot more. Now, again, clicking on the buy button, we have created an automated way of just clicking on the buy button. You don't have to do anything. It'll buy $5,000 worth at the market. And then it'll put a stop in at the bottom, at the low of the day. You can, of course, raise that stop up to wherever you want. But that gets you into the trade really quickly. Develop, all you have to have is our latest version, okay? And I mean, you can set up your own, okay? But if you're talking about, if your buy and sell buttons are not grayed out, then they're already active. And as I said, we created a default of buying $5,000 worth at the price that you want and putting a stop at the low of the day. I mean, if you want to create your own, of course you can. That's a little more advanced though. You have to create your own strategy and you drop it into the strategies here, and then you have to turn it on. That's why we try to make it super simple. The cells shouldn't be grayed out. You should see, if you go to strategies, if you click on strategies, you should see two ons. Is it possible you got rid of one and turned it off? Because that is, again, we just created these and we said, for people don't want, just to give them the idea of how they can do all this. Because before you had to create a strategy and then turn it on for the buy and turn on a short strategy. What we've done now is we've just made it, okay, make it super simple, especially for new people. But if you click on the strategies tab, one of your short strategies should be turned on. If it isn't, then you can turn it on. Right click and turn it on. So for instance, I'll turn it off right there. See how there's a check mark? Now it's off. And then I just go to the short strategy, and that is the default one, obviously. And then you set as default chart short strategy. Now it's back on. So the minute I uncheck that, the sell box did go gray. So I don't know, maybe you accidentally unchecked it. But that, of course, is only if you're shorting. This is not a matter of being in a trade and then selling it, okay? This is just for shorting. Just so you understand. Then, okay, if you only did it, then you did it in the old way. The new way, I mean, if you download the latest version, again, you have to understand, we had a lot of new people who've never traded before or very new to trading. So we tried to make it very simple rather than saying, okay, in order to activate the buy button, you have to take a strategy, either one that we've created or put your own in, turn on the buy, turn it on, right click, default chart long strategy, a whole series of instructions. Okay. So we thought, you know what, let's try to make it super simple so that when they click the buy button, something's going to happen immediately. This CABA has been, yeah, it's been kind of choppy right around that 2 level. CABA, if there's any news on it. I don't see any news on it. Had earnings on the 11th. Let's look left. Yeah, so a lot of resistance around that, that 220 mark when I look back on a daily chart. So it might not, it just, it's going to have I mean, it's a fairly low float, but it's really going to have to like a super pickup in volume, I think, to take it through 2 and then all of that. So that's what makes it not that attractive to me, the CABA. But Cab has won 6 races, so you see, when I see these percentages, I don't get too interested. I mean, so what TNXP is moving up, but 0.73%. So again, remember what the percent means. Since the beginning, since this race started 4 minutes ago, it's well, now it's stopped. But that stock had only moved 0.72%. So that's certainly not of interest. And meanwhile, Kaba is just destroying my premise. Oh, maybe not. It did pull back, but it is still very, very active. I mean, my level would be that 220. I mean, I guess if it can take out 220, but let's look at a daily chart, guys. I mean, you see all this? I mean, that right there is about 230, and right there is about 215 to 220. The stock's at 205. What did it get up to? 214. Just looks like it's going to have a really tough time getting through all this. Now, obviously, if you'd got it way back here, you're gold. And, because it won 7 races, there's no question that it would have been running probably races in this area. I just didn't see it. So the question is, how do you know if a stock can take a big order like 10,000 shares? Well, I suppose how I would look at it. First of all, obviously, how much is it trading? Okay, so obviously, like a GRFX trading 79 million shares today, 38 times normal with 14 million in the float. And I'm not saying to take 10,000 shares of this, but it's liquid enough that can handle it. So it's you have to look at a case by case basis. Something is, I mean, trading very high relative volume. That's the first thing I'd be looking at, making sure that it's. And the other thing too, though, you got to also make sure if you look at, say, a 15-minute chart, you don't want all that 79 million to be in the first, hour. Okay. I mean, a lot of it is going to be, we know that, but you don't want to see the volume just completely dwindling. But again, I'm just using GRFX as an example. And it's not really, I mean, it's still like 1.5 million shares, but you'd have to take it on a case by case basis. I can't say that 1% of the total number of shares. I've never looked at it that way. The other thing I would be looking at is time and sales, making sure that it is still trading. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. You want to see, good activity. Give me a moment again, please, guys. Try this again. Boy, drug really, yeah, I mean, that Sandy had a fib of some 30, I think, 333. So got a little bit above that, but boy, after that, drugs certainly started coming down. Now, highly risky. GCT though is trying to make a turn. Highly risky. Trying to make a little bit of a turn here. And you can see the high of that 15-minute candle is 44. So that's about a $6. That's $6 to the high of that candle. Again, I'm recommending some of you will follow this. It's up 169% for the day, but it's down quite a bit from the high. Remember, they got up 344, so there's a big percentage drop down now for drug. Boy, I look at that Kava and it just looks like it's going to really, I mean, it got up right to that level, 215, right to that level on the daily chart. That would be something if it got to 259, because that's even above this level here in the daily. So drug keeps winning these little races, but it's not moving that much. So that's telling me is that nothing is really moving that much right now on a percentage basis. So we're really kind of stalling here. Now keep an eye on, if you have this race though, keep an eye on something out of nowhere. You see like 10, 5, 8, 10%. Click on it and see what's happening. I mean, PET's moving a little bit here. You can just kind of see what it's doing, PET. And it's just kind of moving a little bit here. But nothing really startling. The only thing is though, when you look at PET and you look at these 15-minute candles for PET, PET, the next high is, I mean, 750. So, I mean, it's got some room. It really does have some room. We're sitting at 640 here, and that high's up here where you think a lot of resistance, but that's about a dollar away. Interesting. But it's just not moving that much. So, when you get into a situation like this, just don't try to force a trade, out of boredom. Just don't force it. All right, guys. Well, wow, things have really slowed down quite a bit here. AXDX, what are you doing? AXDX. I mean, it's got room. I mean, AXDX, what did it get to? Got up to almost $2, about $2 on Friday. That was the Friday high before it, and then it really fell from there. Actually, that's not before. That was the open. But boy, oh boy, I'm sorry, that was the open. But, it's got some room, but, it's only up 14 cents. I don't know. It just doesn't seem to have the drive that will be necessary to keep it moving. Okay, nerve, NERV. Yeah, look what it did today. So it got up to that 200-day moving average, just about 519. The 200-day is 546. But again, guys, I'm not really seeing anything that interesting to me right now. Histo, I mean, it's got some room. I mean, Histo's got some room. HSTO. I mean, the high on Friday was 258. So, you got 20 odd cents, 28 cents or so to that level. But it just pulled back again. So, just not seeing a lot of things that are that interesting. I was going to answer your question. My MK Web, are you still around? Code in a golden cross or death cross. So we do not have a scan, okay, that will show you the cross. What you can do, but it would require a custom formula, is to show when the 250 are close. But it does require a custom formula. So I don't know, MK Web, are you still in the room? Has it stopped its downward descent? I don't know. I don't know. And remember that went up. That was up because of DNAA, and it turned into this today. I think this has just come down to back to earth. Pretty tough to commit to something that are even. I mean, listen, everything will have a bounce at some point, I suppose, but I mean that's gone from 37 down to 8. That's why I keep waiting to see if this swag. I've got my price alert set and see if this merger passes for them and if it does something like the DNAA did on Friday. Yeah, no point, guys, again, no point in clicking on these. You see, like 0.72%. Yeah, big deal. Remember, that's the amount it's moved since the race started. At that percentage that you see in the left-hand corner or left hand of the symbol. Yeah, I mean, and it was nonsensical what happened with DNAA. I think it was at 5:30. Yeah, 5:30 after hours yesterday. And it goes from 13 to just about 50. Yeah, I mean, Summit's trying to come back. SMMT, mm, what's the high in the pre-market was at 187. So this ADES, I know it was in the pre-market. I don't see any reason for it, but after the merger, after merger news. I mean, yeah, you'd have to read all this. Don't have the inclination to read it all. So that's why this is dropping 32% after merger news, ADES. All right, maybe this one is starting to curl up here, guys. This GBNH. It got up to $6 approximately, and it's trying to curl off the bottom here. Might have to let it take out 4 first, like it's trying to, but it's not a great, well, not a great spread. 7-cent spread for a $4 stock. Good volume, low float, and that is the GBNH. I think the symbols are going to be changed to white. I think in a version that I hope is released tomorrow, I believe that's supposed to happen. Of course, the other thing, OCC Trader, is if you're a subscriber, you just take my race. Then it's on your screen and it's probably not hard to read. This GBNH is getting a little more interesting now, guys. Well, let's just take the trade in the simulator. All right, so actually I put the order at 414 and it dipped down to 399. So when the order came in, so if it goes back up to 414, it'll take the trade. Should take the trade anyway. There we go. So it just took the trade. Here's it. Must have little spike up. This is in the simulator. So this Biox, I think somebody mentioned this one earlier, got right into the 200-day moving average, 1306, got just a little bit above it, and now is dropping. This is shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. Let's see if this 200-day moving average really continues to stall it. All right, guys, took a short on this one. Let's see if it does anything at all. That whole number will get me out. I'm talking about the BIOX. Probably there's some support down here, 1264, so that could get me out also. I haven't taken a short for a while, so aha, there we go, guys. So there's the GBNH. So I took it in the simulator. And we have a halt on the way up. So this wet G has been obviously a crazy active one also. A few days ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, it hit 50. Whoa. As you can hear my computer, it sounds like it's going to take off. Now, because this is so erratic, this GBNH, if I'm in this one for real, okay, and I see a big spike up to 437, and then I'd be taking either the entire thing off or at least half off. Okay, you can't let that come right back down and take a loss, in my opinion, anyway. You just can't trust like a big follow through. And the other thing is that I did say that I thought that, I mean, look at this. I mean, look how like a big chart of GBNH. Show you what I'm looking at. So that actually looks a little different, but that little area right around there, look where it got up to that area right around here, and that's where it stalled. So the minute that hit, I mean, if you'd taken this trade, you got to be so aware of that area. And then if it falls a bit, I'd be taking at least half out. What is Biox your recommendation, Ija? That's okay. It could continue, but there's that 200-day, and there's my area. I mean, if somehow I can get through 1260, and I extract all simulated trades into Excel. Let me take another trade here. I'm just going to take the trade. I just want to see something. Yeah, what I was trying to do is see if you could just do, I mean, yeah, I don't see here, if I want to highlight just these symbols, I can do so. Okay, as opposed to the entire, all the other columns. There's a way to do that. I'm not sure there is a way in Brokerage Plus, just to highlight the symbol. Now, if you want the whole thing, you can. And then you just copy this. But I don't think there's a way just to highlight the symbol. I haven't tried this before, but it looks like it's highlighting everything. And I don't see that there is the option here as there is in the other. But if you wanted, I guess you can highlight everything and then copy it. Control C, copy it. So I think maybe not though. Is there an extraction? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't. Yeah, because the minute I Control C on this, it doesn't seem to like copying it. Oh no, it did it. Yeah, okay. So I mean, if that's what you want, you can do that. It just took everything though. Okay. Not like an export. No, no. I mean, I know we have it down here. You know, save contents, something like that, and you can export into an Excel file. Yeah, but I mean, but that's not that hard. Okay, it's not that hard. I mean, all I have to do is highlight everything, copy it, and then go to Excel and paste it. I mean, so it's not that big a deal, in my opinion, anyway. So this wet G, wow. So it got halted at 5:30, opened here. Earnings, let's see. Yeah, we have it to, well, I guess in theory, they had earnings today. Let's see if, yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about that. Let me do a quick search here. Yeah, I don't see that any other place that it says they released earnings today. Okay, I'm looking at our news. I'm looking at IB. Normally it would be there. So I think that's suspect, okay? Our provider having August the 22nd. DAOP is starting to move a little bit here. So what sort of room does this one have? Yeah, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. When I say that, I mean, the next high looking left is $1.30, so 16 cents. Just, if that weren't there, if the next high were actually way up here at $1.75, this would be an awesome looking one. But, this could easily stall it. That 130 could easily stall it. So that prevents me from taking the trade. Well, this is moving, guys. I mean, I may be maybe this blows right through this. Is there any news on this one? I don't see any news on this one other than the fact, of course, it's a low float. So this Acon got all the way up here to 172. What a pullback. Oh, man. Well, I'm keeping an eye on the BIOX. I want to see if it has a bigger collapse in this. Maybe it gets down to that 64 level. Let's stick an alert at 1271. I'm in at 1291, so no, it's not a big move yet for me. That's on the short side. Okay, guys. Well, this is getting a little more, I hate to say it, because typically these races can give us something that makes it not that boring. But right now, not seeing big percentage moves yet. But again, out of nowhere, you could see something just flipping to the top here. So, if you have the race, just keep an eye on it. What's the volume on this bio? I mean, it's just not even moving. BIOX. So that is my problem, guys. I took a trade I shouldn't really have taken. Not very much volume. I don't know where I saw it. I can't remember where I saw it. But rookie mistake, I'm in something that is not trading very much yet anyway. Well, Omni, I know I forgot to do this. I know you, you said a long time ago. Let's take a look at the change from the open now. I don't think much is going to, I don't think much will have changed because the market has not had any sort of a bounce. Okay, so the only thing I can see here is that energy plays bounced a bit. Okay, because when we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, almost, I think it was 95%. 95% of the stocks were below Friday's close. But now since the open, 57% are above the open. And you check every other sector and nothing is even remotely like that. Look at poor retail. Whoa, 98% are down from the open. Remember what the open is. I mean, that's the first trade of the day. So since the first trade of the day, 98% of the retail stocks are down from that first trade of the day. Pretty bleak for retail. But the energy stocks rallied a little bit. But that's it. All right, so MSPR, is this shortable? Not shortable for me. So they gave a business update and that popped the stock up to $4 and now cut in half basically from there. So could not even remotely hold its gains. Okay, guys, well, good time to ask questions if you have any, because I'm just sort of really biding my time just in this Biox short, but it is not moving at all. And you know, you're looking at these little percentage moves. I mean, there's nothing dramatic here. Okay, maybe a little move now for Biox. At least 72.78 is lifted off that 76.83 that was the bid ask. So maybe a little bit of a move coming here. Yeah, hard to answer that one, developments. I mean, until you can make money in a simulator, okay? I wouldn't practice. I wouldn't go to live money. I wouldn't go to real money until you can start making money in a simulator. It's not, so it's not, I can't say, well, you have to make money X number of days in a row before you can do it. I mean, you could be in a simulator for 3 months easily. Okay. Keep practicing but until you can make money in a simulator, I would not try to trade live. And again, even if you can make money in the simulator, doesn't necessarily translate to make money when you're trading live because, now emotions come into play. In fact, now that we're in such a lull right now, let's talk a little bit of, okay, let's take a look at apron right here. Okay, so let's take a look at apron right here. I'm going to buy 500. What happened here? Yes. All right, Biox. There's the support area that if that holds, I'll probably bet of the trade. So it turned out okay. I mean, the next area would be 1245. Actually, I'm wrong. 1264. Need to get that ask into the 60s. See, this is what I mean, guys. I mean, so what I'm looking at, 1264, 1271, not a great spread. And I didn't realize the volume was so light. Can't believe that. But I can't really lose now because, I mean, even if it popped up back up to 1291, that's where I'm short. So can't really lose. So I was going to show really sorry to hear that, Mookie. Okay, again, demonstration purposes only. I'm going to take 500 shares of Apron. Spread is okay. I'm going to buy it, send it. Okay, so it took the trade at 602. Okay, I'm going to put a stop at 582. I'm going to explain why. I'm doing this. I mean, again, we're in a bit of a lull right now. So when I add that stop, you're going to see a red line appear on the chart that says minus 100 approximately. So minus 97.50. So the way I trade is that I look for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. Unless I've got a certain checklist. It doesn't matter what my checklist is, okay? But certain price range, volume, and all that sort of stuff. So unless I can check every single box, I'm not taking the trade. Now that doesn't mean if you're starting out, you have to have 50 things to check because otherwise you'll never take any trade. But that's why you've got to practice. So if I can check every box, then I'll take the trade. But just because I think the trade should work doesn't necessarily mean, of course, that it's going to work. So that's why I'll have a stop. So I put my stop for Apron in the simulator at 582. I got in at 602. I put the stop at 582 to make the math super simple. So when I demonstrate this, you'll know what I'm talking about. So if I were starting out trading, I would probably, to practice, maybe put your stop at the low of the previous 5-minute or 15-minute candle, okay? Because where I put my stops, typically I'm sizing up a chart where I think there might be some support, And if it broke down through that level, I want to be out of the trade. But my idea of what I see as support and somebody else's may not be the same thing. But we do know that the low of the previous 5-minute candle or 15-minute candle, that is a defined number. So there's no question. So that's one thing. Understanding where to place a stop. That's why you've got to practice trading. What I don't do is, because I hear people say, well, do you put your stop 1% under or 20 cents under? No. I personally, I don't believe in that. I think the stop should be based on something a little more scientific than just sort of a random number. But that's me. That's how I trade. So you place your stop. Now notice it says minus 100. Why does it say that? Well, the next aspect is that, okay, if the trade doesn't work, how much am I actually planning, or how much am I willing to lose on the trade? So in the simulator, I always like demonstrating maximum risk of $100. Okay, now if you've got a $5,000 account, I hope it makes sense that you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. So again, in the simulator, I'm risking $100 a trade. So why did I take 500 shares? Well, again, remember, all this is set up ahead of time. I know where my stop is when I get into a trade. This is not after the fact. So I get in at 602. I know my stop's at 582. That's a 20-cent difference. I divide 20 cents into the $100, and that's how I get 500 shares. So in other words, I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. How many shares I take will be dictated by the difference between my entry and my stop. And then I divide that into 100. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet, pretty simply, with your risk per trade. And I try to keep my risk per trade about the same every trade. So what that means is I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. So within reason, I try to keep my risk the same every trade. So that's how I get share size. So if I lose on this trade and I let it run down to 582, I'll lose 97, approximately $100. Now, when you start trading in the simulator, and then you make money, you're obeying your stop and all that, and you're able to make money, great. I don't know how long that's going to take you. Could be a month, could be 3 months, could be 6 months, could be a year. I don't know. But let's just say, okay, so let's use 3 months. 3 months, and you're able to make money consistently in the simulator with the types of trades that you're taking, etc. Now you start trading live. Sometimes it's really, really hard to obey your stop. In this simulator, no problem. I mean, it's not real money, right? So you just obey your stop and get out of the trade. But sometimes it's really hard when you're using real money to obey your stop. Why? Because you get into a trade, you've been able to check every box, and maybe there's some bonuses. I call it bonus. Maybe it's got earnings. Maybe it's got some positive press release. Those are not one of the things I have to check, but I call it like a bonus. And the room is talking about it. Everything looks tremendous, and yet it doesn't work. It's starting to move down towards your stop. So instead of obeying your stop, though, you get a little bit stubborn, maybe even a little egotistical, because you cannot believe the trade you're in is not going to work. So you allow your $100 manageable loss turn into $200, $300, $400, $500 loss before you do sell, and you kick yourself for not getting out. Almost as bad is not obeying your stop and allowing that $200, $300, $400 $100 manageable to turn into that $200 and $300, $400, and then all of a sudden it does turn around for you, and now you're up $200, $300, $400, and you're so thankful you didn't obey your stop, because look what happened. And can that happen? Of course it can. Of course it can. All I can say is that in my experience, not obeying your stop over and over can really do harm to your account. Okay, so off my soapbox, practice trading, practice understanding where to put your stop. Where you put your stop may be entirely different from where I put mine, and that's fine. There's no right or wrong. Yeah, I typically, I get a question, do you add if the trade is working? I typically don't. I'm usually in full size at the beginning, but there are people that will add. I'm not saying that's wrong. The one thing I never, ever, ever do is add if it's dropped. I don't add to a loser ever. So actually, I want to understand what you meant by that. Do you increase share size as you go? You mean once I'm in the trade, do I add to it? I mean, personally, I don't. I'm in basically full size at the beginning, but that's me. Okay. I mean, I'm not saying. I mean, I know there are people that will add, certain levels to a winning trade. I'm not saying that's wrong. It's just not my style. But my share size will be different every trade, because it's always based on the difference between my entry and my stop. Again, I wanted to make the math simple in this case to divide 20 cents into 100 to get 500. Ooh, BIOX now. It's a big area now for this to take out. Here's the next low is 1245. Yeah, so you guys are talking about REV. I know they're trying to raise about 100 and 100 million, 100 and what, 1.8 billion or 1.2 billion, something like that. So that was a headline at 1 o'clock. I'm sorry, at 2 o'clock. I'm sorry, at 2 o'clock that I'm seeing. Actually, I'm seeing it at 1:45, 1:54. Same headline. No official equity committee is needed, et cetera, et cetera. Develop, I don't understand that question, or to take more trades with the same number of shares. I don't understand that question. What you mean by that? Every trade is different for me. Every single trade is different. The number of shares. And I'm typically, if you're starting, if a person is starting out, I would not be in more than one trade at a time. Okay. Maybe max two. I'm rarely in more than two trades at a time. Well, doesn't mean I'm not but remember, two trades one at a time. So I mean, I could trade in theory 10 times. I could take 10 trades. It's just that I'm not going to be in more than two at a time. Guys, GCT is on the move here. GCT is on the move here. Look at this. I mentioned this one right around here. Did not take the trade, but this is on the move here because I mentioned it had that 44 level. So it was, I think it was around 38 at about $6. So it is, but I mean, listen, highly risky. Thing is, I have no idea where I saw BIOX. I don't think it was in here. No, it couldn't have been because it's 169,000. My minimum is 200. Not even sure where I saw BIOX. But I did click on something and it appeared, so. Well, let's see what happens with Revlon. Not shortable for me again at Interactive Brokers, so. Meanwhile, look at this market, guys. We were sort of basing a bit, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So an hour and 15 down. This last candle has got another 6 minutes, but that's probably helped my little buyout short. Boy, this one could get crazy. I mean, not for new people, that's for sure, but GCT could get crazy again. The volume is increasing. Wow, it's funny. I'm looking at this. This looked like it was going to be pretty strong for a few days. It's MNMD after the news they had regarding the kid who made all sorts of money in Bed Bath and Beyond. Maybe you lost it all. And then him and his dad becoming activist shareholders in this. But look at this, just being flushed out now. All right, what did Revlon do when it opened? Yuck. Wow. Hopefully nobody was in this before. But it halted again. Well, guys, I'm not seeing anything too exciting right now in this in the races and a couple of other do have one other scan that I do check. I'm not seeing anything too exciting right now. I mean, the GCT could get really exciting, but highly risky. But it's starting to get a little more attention again. The volume's picking up. Hmm. Well, it hasn't been trading for 10 days. Sam, okay, AK, it just started trading today. So there's no history. The question was why did not AKLI show up in the 10-day daily breakdown? Well, it's this is his first day of trading as AKLI. Okay, guys, I'm just no, I don't typically say longer than a day to Dale. I'm not a big, even if we call 1 day hold a swing trade, I am not, I don't often do that. The only other, no, the only other scan I really used, but I still don't know where I found the Biox. But if I'm looking to short, this is all I'll look at, my 10-day daily breakdown. Well, okay, here's the deal, to Dale. I mean, if I got into, oh, I don't know, let's pick drug as an example, okay? But they are very volatile, yes. But I suppose, I mean, if it had room to keep running, a stock, not necessarily drug, okay? But if I got into something and it closed near the high of the day, and I look left and I don't see any resistance that close by, well, I could make up my mind to hold it. Okay, I don't typically do that, but there's nothing stopping another person from. Okay, if that makes sense. I mean, it's totally up to you. You know, whether you want to hold something, especially something that was pretty successful during the day. You want to hold it. You know, I never hold through earnings, things like that. But you know, some of these are pretty darn volatile. So it's a matter where you're going to. Then, I mean, the ideal thing is to be in the day trade with it, take some money off, and so that it'd be hard to lose, even if it, well, unless it, you know, really, really, really dropped the next day. And so it'd be hard to lose. And yeah, maybe hold half the position, a third of the position, whatever, just to see if it really starts to run. Oh man, this thing is going. This thing went down without me and is going up without me here. GCT. I have repeated this, but I just want to repeat it again. Again, this is very, very speculative, okay? But what I would do is I would take this STBX, if you haven't done this already, and load it. Well, load it, put it in a chart. Okay, not trading yet. Right click, create a price alert, put $1. It'll obviously start trading over $1. And once it starts trading, you know, it'll pop to the top of your price alerts list. And I'm really, really interested in that one tomorrow to see what happens with that structure. 5 million, 4 to 5, and out of Malaysia. I mean, listen, nothing may happen at all, but we certainly want to be aware of it. Yeah, that GNBH is now on the way down. Yeah, today's a day where you know it's almost like I call it. Other than at maybe at the very beginning of the day, first 45 minutes or so, this is a kind of a scalp day because you cannot. I'm not seeing after those initial moves. I'm not seeing a lot of stocks that maybe base and then start moving and continue. Not seeing that today. Ah, except for GCT. That was a tremendous base. Moved off the base right here and now just ripping here. All right, so GBNH has came out of its halt. You know, nothing surprises me anymore, and it wouldn't surprise me if this gets back up to the high. Nothing surprises me anymore. GCT, I'm not saying it's going to, I'm just saying nothing surprises me. So up to that area here, another $10, why not? For GCT. 46.26 is the VWAP. You're right, Harvey. Through the VWAP now, a little bit. Yeah, through the VWAP so far. No more shorts at Interactive Brokers now. And volume picking up. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, so let's, what time is it now? 2:26. So I've got another about half an hour or so on the mic anyway. Main room open till 3:30. YouTube open until 4:30. So Chris will take over again, 3:30 to 4:30. But one last look at my homepage. So all the information you have there. Give me a moment. All right, here is my home page. And so that promo code has not been changed. Hopefully you guys took advantage of the 30%. There'll be one probably for 25% at the end of this week. Okay, when the test drive is up, finished. This is how much Trade Ideas cost. So obviously if you're going to take out a subscription, wait for the 25%. So there's no real point going over how much it is. But if you've already taken out a subscription and you haven't done this, let's get started. Please do. 10 videos, about 30 minutes long. Starts off with a download and installation and the first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic. Okay, so please do that before you do anything else. Already done my stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. It is free. Trade of the week. I don't think it's triggered. Let me just take a look. STKL. Before people say what a terrible trade of the week. Yeah, it is not triggered. The trigger is 1064. So it never hit 1064 this morning. Don't count the pre-market. Okay, so it did not hit 1064. So this is not a live trade. Later on at some point, maybe tomorrow or Wednesday, if it hits that, then it becomes a live trade. I think after Wednesday, though, if it doesn't hit by Wednesday, then it's just, it's not counted as a trade at all. Just like last week, UEC never triggered. And the education section, all here. Please look at the guide, but don't get overwhelmed. All you have to do is make sure you've done the getting started. You should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is. And please look at the stock races. Okay, a couple of nice videos here. A lot of text explanation, okay? And there is, once you've done that, then you can take a look at, setting price alerts, sound alerts on your different alert windows or the AI, things like that. Chart trading, brokerage plus, trading simulator. There's a guide for the AI. Forget about auto trading. There's that getting started series again. Daily support. So again, as I said, I'll shut down the main room at 3:30. Before I do shut down, I'll put the YouTube link in because Chris will take over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, and he does that Monday to Friday. And the daily webinars will start next week, so you can sign up for them all right there. And Michael Noss's Back to Basics, very short videos, a great little introduction to trading, okay? All free. And then last, my scans. So here's my scan section. This is the race that I talk about all day long. The 10-day daily breakout and breakdown, basically the only other scan I look at. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. And I do have Zach's bouncers and toppers for people who are a little more used to trading, a little more experienced, looking for stocks that may have topped out and you want to short, or the ones that are bouncing and may want to, or maybe like a bounce and maybe go long. So, but definitely advanced. So save my link, then you can look at anything you want, anytime you want. Yeah, so don't wait for it to finish. Don't wait, okay? That's the whole thing. If you start to see something moving up the leaderboard and it's a decent percentage, I'd be clicking on it. You don't have to wait for a stock to win a race. Okay, and what you're saying though, for instance, drug, okay, as an example. So yeah, won 14 races. Maybe it's run out of steam. What happens if it took out 259 later? I'm not saying it will, but what happens if it got back up to this level? Maybe it starts moving again. But you don't have to wait for a stock to. What was that? Okay. Okay, guys, I'm just a minute. So I'm out of the Biox, okay? Nothing fantastic. I was hoping it might get into the 50s, but it had a little pop. So I'm out of my out of the Biox short. My link, you mean my homepage link? I have it. There it is. So yeah, you don't have to wait for a race to be over. As you see something is starting to move up on the leaderboard, click on it. But here's NEPT, okay? NEPT won 4 races earlier, okay? Now today is not a great day. I mean, today seems to be a day in which there's not a lot of continuation. But there's nothing stopping NEPT from being right here, right around that 2 level. And then maybe if there's some volume that comes in, maybe the enthusiasm comes back, maybe it pops through 2 and starts to run again. So I'm saying this is a great watch list. Just because something isn't moving now but it did move earlier. Don't lose sight of it. But definitely, you don't have to wait for a race to be over before you click on it. And not necessarily do you have to wait for a pullback. I mean, look at this MCG. I'm not saying this is wonderful, okay, but I'm just looking at it right here. So when I look left, and what do I see? I see the next high is 711. If that weren't there, if 711 weren't there, and the next high was 813, this would be an awesome look. I mean, it's not terrible with 711 being there, and the price, and it's at 675 right now. But if it kept basing here and then volume comes in, I mean, you could take this trade. I'm not telling anybody to do that, but you can kind of see if you look left, it has some room. It'd be way better, of course, if that high of 2 days ago wasn't there, and it had all this particular area that it could start to fill in. I mean, it's well, Indo is just an oil play, so I'm not sure. Just a beat. Okay, if you're wondering why it does this, I mean, this is a stock that went up for no reason. Okay, it was just a crazy stock that, I mean, it got all the way up to $87. I remember this. I mean, this is well, it's this year, March of this year. Okay, there's no reason for it. I mean, energy prices were going a little crazy, but I mean, come on. But it turned into probably a meme stock, and then of course the stuffing got knocked out of it, and that's the reason. You can see HUSA did the same thing, not quite as dramatically, but the same thing. I'm muted. Thank you, Pepe. So look at Acon, guys. I was just taking a look at Acon. It's not hasn't won a race in a long time, but you click on it. There's a top 10 that is a nice watch list that is developed. So you just click on it and see what's happening. Well, you look at Acon right now, and there is a lot of consolidation. So you might want to, I'll just put a buy. I'll put a buy just above, this area right here and see what happens. I don't think we've seen ENG all day long. Not a big move. It's only like, again, 2%. But this had a big move on Thursday. Got all the way up to 224. Big sell-off though, 224. And then look at Friday, another huge sell-off. Got right down to the 200-day moving average. And now maybe, it's trying to crawl back a little bit. You look left and it's got obviously a ton of room. Not saying it's going to get there. But this is kind of a blah day right now. I wouldn't expect too much movement in these ones. As this market. Boy, this market's getting thumped right now. Take a look at the SPY now. Bigger picture, week on the daily. Well, let me get a weekly chart up. All right, so we had a nice almost month and a half run. And then last week, little top there. I think as Sandy or others have been pointing out, that 411 area, a little bit of importance, I suppose. Just clicking through these that have won races over the course of the day. Okay, thank you, Trader 7. I figured that as much, but I don't get involved in that at all, but I figured as much. But I didn't want to say that in case you did phone and then you say, oh, well, wait a minute. Barry said that this is what should happen. We don't really have an office, trader. There's really no office. We're all over the place. Most of them are in the, yeah, but there's no office. Everybody works out of their home. We're talking about trade ideas. Yeah, again, when the pandemic happened, of course, and a lot of people had to work from home, we were already doing that, so there was no difference in our work habits at all. All right, guys. Wow, 2:47 now. Okay. I keep waiting to see if some new one just shows up, in this race, something out of that we haven't seen all day. So Jason, can you see my screen on the right-hand side? It's ranked 1 through 10. If you don't have that, if your race looks more like this, like all jumbled, if it looks more like this, then just right click on the box on the scan and click show top 10 winners. Okay. This will be the new default. Okay. Did you see that? Okay. GRFX. Well, it's trying to crawl back a little bit, I guess, or not. Yeah. I mean, these are short-lived, guys. Short-lived. These little bounces. Yeah, I think you guys are at 0.4. I'm on a beta. I think it's 0.6. I think, or is it 0.5? 0.5. So yeah, I think that little and the gear I think is new. I don't think you guys have that. So a quick way to adjust your pricing in the scan and a minimum volume. Just a quick way. That's all it is. GRNA. Dave, I saw that you were on vacation. Yeah, I sort of remember that. Welcome back. All right, so GRNA probably struggled to get through 4. If it could get through 4 somehow, yeah, 9. So I'll just stick an alert 420 or so, see if it happens. May not happen today, but if it happens tomorrow, then when you look left on that GRNA, the next high is way up here, almost at 6. So that would have a lot of room. Okay, guys, I think what I'll do, I don't see any new questions. So I am here, okay? I'm just going to put myself on mute, off and on. And I'll hop back on the mic if there is a question. I had a couple of questions. Okay, so what is external linking? So what external linking does, it's a great time saver. Okay, so that's what I use because I say I don't trade from within this Brokers Plus. I trade from within my Interactive Brokers account. So what you can, most brokerages we can link with, understanding that they don't care if we can link with them or not. Okay, so don't get mad if well, I can't link with my broker. But what this does is if you click on tools and then external linking, and then you click on add a link, typically, and then just follow the instructions. Typically, if you put your pointer into the order entry and follow the instructions, typically that will establish a link between trade ideas and your broker. So what is a link? When I click on pet right now, it loads into my order entry and Interactive Brokers. Okay, that's what it does. So somebody like myself who is clicking on symbol, quite a few symbols all day long, I don't have to type the symbol in to my order entry in Interactive Brokers. I click on an alert and it automatically loads. That is what linking does. That's what the external linking does. Trade Zero, probably. I don't know. I mean, if you have, let me just ask to see if somebody else has done this before. That's the traders that trade ideas. I'll find out, see if anybody's done this. What do I think of ear? Oh, you're asking Dave. Okay, well, I'll let Dave answer. Oh man, it's this goes through. I mean, this was all to do with the hearing aids, right? Last week when I guess your government said that they'd be not free, but cheaper or part of Medicaid or something like that. Again, I'm in Canada, so I can't quite remember what the situation was, but some kind of a heavy subsidy, I guess, for hearing aids. I know it doesn't work with Webull. Well, it does work. It does work with Thinkorswim. There's a bit of a trick. You got to run both in administration mode. I mean, we have people who know how to link with Thinkorswim in this room, but you have to run both in administration mode, I guess. I just can't show you because I've never used Thinkorswim, but I know that people can link with Thinkorswim. Webull, no, yes, I know that. So I haven't had an answer back on the Trade Zero. Fidelity, probably. I mean, again, if you have Fidelity and you have trade ideas, the best thing to do is just try it, okay? Um, just, just like this says, tools, external linking, add the link, and see where it says, while keeping this window active, mouse over the target window and hold down the shift key to select the window. Okay, so if you put it into your order entry in infidelity and follow this, the link might be established. Again, understanding that they don't care. And also understanding that if they do anything to their program, you know, how we linked before, again, without their caring, may not work now. I mean, it's really can be a real hit or miss. But I could say this, I mean, certainly Interactive Brokers and E-Trade, and I know Thinkorswim, it's just a bit of a trick with the running in administration mode, both for Thinkorswim and Trade Ideas. Okay, guys, so I will put myself on mute now. I'll come right back if there are questions. So responding to what developments you just asked, okay, and it's funny, Andy is saying that we can, so so I don't know who you talked to, but let me ask you this, but did you ask Trade Idea support or was it Trade Zero support that they said it was not available? Okay. I see your first thing, you said Trade Idea support, and then you changed it to Trade Zero support. Now, I'm surprised Trade Zero would say anything because they don't know who we are. Okay, so it was Trade Zero support. Okay. Don't understand the question, Ahmed. How to get out of a short squeeze whenever I short, the stock just spikes. So how to tackle this algo spike? I don't know exactly what you mean. I mean, a short squeeze is, I could say to you, well, why are you shorting if you think it's a short squeeze? I could say that, I suppose. I mean, that's the whole definition, I guess, of a short squeeze. It's something is going to move higher. So you're trying to guess where it's topping. I mean, there's no. Is that what you're trying to do? I mean, the simple answer is stay away from trying to short a short squeeze. I mean, that would be a simple answer, I suppose, but maybe I'm not understanding what you're talking about. Okay, so is there a way to filter for optionable tickers? This is what I would do. Now, because typically any stock that trades options, typically we'll trade at least one option, we'll say. Okay. So this is what you can do. I right click on an alert window or a top list window, configure, type in do a search and type in options. Okay. And just and in the option volume today, click on it, add the filter and put 1. Okay. So that means it's had to trade. That means obviously that it's optionable. Well, there is no best place to short. Okay. I mean, shorting tops are really difficult. I mean, they're very, very difficult. People can say, well, it's overextended because the RSI is this or other indicators, but you can get really hurt. I mean, if it's happening to you all the time, don't do it. I mean, seriously. Yeah. So again, sorry about that. I'm just answering somebody else. Yeah. So just put 1 in the minimum, and then that means it's optionable, obviously. Good, Dean. Glad to see that you did that. Took advantage of the 30%. Because there is no such thing as a best place. I mean, we've seen situations where something looks extended and you think now, and then it keeps moving higher, and maybe now keeps moving higher. Not easy. It's not easy to find tops and bottoms. Yeah, then don't do it, Ahmed. I mean, you're trying to do something that's very difficult. Okay? You're doing something that's very difficult. Trying to do something that's very difficult. Trying to pick a top. All right, guys, 3:05. So yeah, Chris will be here in about 25 minutes. And again, I mean, I'm not trying to be dismissive of what you're trying to do, but it's very difficult, to try to pick a top on some of these things. I mean, I typically don't even try. I mean, Zach's, you can try. There you go. So Zach's topping plays, but again, there's no guarantee that what you're trying to do is going to work. But these are topping plays, stocks that are, in theory, when the alert happened, was pretty extended. You can try looking at this one. And this is in my on my homepage, scan section, and it's called Bouncers and Toppers from Zach's Bouncers and Toppers. Okay, but they're not easy. Boy, look at this Kaba just sticking around this 2 level over and over again. Yeah, okay. In theory, there are no limits on a loss by shorting. Okay, in theory, yes, you're absolutely right. But I mean, if you're intraday shorting, You know, I mean, you just, as long as you have a stop. Can something blow through your stop? In theory, yes, but in practice, rarely have I seen that. Yeah, this moved, guys, a little bit. This ENG, saw this a little while ago. I think it was around 160. Did move a little bit. 160, 173. Has that room to 220. Not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying when you look left, it does have some room, more. Jason, so manually, okay, to do all this, placing a stop, etc. Yes. Well, no. I can buy the stock right now and have and play, but then I have to manually place a stop. I mean, you can do it in a somewhat of an automated fashion by using the buy button, okay? But understanding that it is what it's done, it's a strategy that has been assigned to this buy button. Of course, you can change it, okay? But we're trying to make it super simple for people at the beginning. So if I click on the buy button, it's going to automatically put a stop in place. And it's the low of the day. I mean, is that a wonderful stop? Probably not, but you can always adjust it. So if I click on Eng and I click the buy button, and let's say I want to buy Eng right up here at 174. Okay, so it'll buy it at 174 and it automatically put a stop at the bottom of the low of the day. Now I can always take that and move it higher. Okay, so if I want to move it to the low of that 15-minute candle, then I can move it there as an example. Now, the other way I was doing it, showing you, is more mechanically, but understanding that when I take a trade, I know where my stop is. So if I take this trade, it's MOBQ. I don't know why this is happening. I see. So there it is. So let's just take, 400 shares. I buy at the market. Is only a 3-cent spread. So I'll send it. So now I'm in it. But understanding that I would know all this ahead of time, knowing how many shares to take, where my stop would be. And now I can add the stop order. That is the more mechanical way of doing it. And so if I wanted to add it at, I don't know, put 135. Now the stop will appear on the chart right at 135. So if it went down there, I'd lose $42. So that is another way you can do it. But you have to buy the stock first. And that way you have to buy the stock first, but you should know where your stop is anyway. So you can manually add it after. Well, I don't think there's a best, Mohammed. You know, I mean, I trade under $20, but I mean, I mean, I can't, I have a hard time answering a question like that. I don't know what the best is. I mean, in theory, you could buy a $50 stock and risking $100, your stop would be pretty tight. Okay, but it's all based on your stop. So I mean, I personally like trading stocks under $20, but I can't say, well, that's what you should do. You know, if you're risking $100 a trade. For instance, I mean, if a stock was at $50 and there was a legitimate stop 20 cents away at 49.80, I mean, that's pretty tight. So you're risking 20 cents a trade. You buy 500 shares. No, you're committing 25,000, but you see what I'm saying? But you're still risking, you're only risking $100 on the trade, assuming that you know, you obey your 20-cent stop. Practice in the simulator, guys. Practice in the simulator, okay? To see what you get comfortable with. It could take you 3 months. It could take you 6 months. You know, I mean, I know Dan likes to use the golfing analogy. If I threw you a set of golf clubs and said you'd never golfed before, and said, okay, go out and golf. Well, you'd probably shoot 1,000, okay, if you were honest. Okay. Nobody would expect you to. Sorry, my little Sirius came on. Nobody would expect you to be an expert golfer by doing that. Well, I don't understand why people think that, you know, they get trade ideas, they fund their account, and then they think they're just going to start trading immediately without any trading experience whatsoever. And I'm not talking about anybody in specifically, okay? I'm just talking in general. Well, and that's why you got to practice, Mohammed. I mean, if you want to start practicing using your stop loss, say at the low of the previous 5-minute candle or a 15-minute candle, those are defined numbers. So there's no guesswork in terms of, well, I know Barry says he likes to put his at a support level, but I don't understand that support. I don't see what he's seeing, and that's fine. So you could practice maybe using the low of the previous 5-minute candle or the low of the previous 15-minute candle. That's a defined number. Okay. And practice using that. You might find, well, okay, maybe the five is too tight. I don't know. I don't know if the five might be too tight. Try the 15. Yeah, so I mean, I just, to capture things, well, ANPC, I don't know where that one is. ANPC at under $1. Yeah, way under $1. So, I mean, you can take, I mean, you're talking about GFRX. GFRX showed up early, in the race, early in the day, right here. So, I mean, I would use the race. The only reason that it didn't pick up ANPC is because I have a minimum of $1. Okay. But I mean, I suppose if you wanted to, oh, I understand, but I don't trade stocks under $1. But if you're into that, then you could reduce this. If you have this scan, you could, reduce it to 25 cents, I guess. Okay. I just prefer to see stocks that are at least $1. That's all. No, GFRX was, I mean, look, if you can see my screen, GFRX won 8 races today. And right at the beginning, it was winning races. It went from $3 up to 450, and it kept winning races. That's where, just using this, you would have caught that. Okay, the other one, the ANPC, you could have caught it here, but my minimum is $1. Okay, and so I would not ever see anything like an ANPC. But if you want to, of course, you can adjust the price range. But you may see a lot of things that don't look like an ANPC. Ah, look at Bond. Okay, guys, classic. Look at this one, BON. I was watching it right here as it took out 3, then it's at 4. I mean, that went really quickly. BON, 26% since this race started. Guys, I'm telling you, if you concentrate on this, you will miss other stocks. Okay, fine. But this gets you to focus on one great scan all day long, creating a watch list for you. Okay, so how to set up a race? Well, first of all, you can have my rates. Okay, I'm actually sharing my rates. But if you go to the guide, somebody said how to set up a race. Best thing to do, go to the guide, click on my homepage link, click on my link, and then you'll see this. And go to the education section. Click on the user guide. And then right here, TI stock race. Two great videos. The stock race setup, all sorts of text explanation. I think there are a couple other videos here. Okay. Take the time to go through this. Okay. Take the time to go through this. But you can have my race. If you go to the scan section of my homepage link that I just put in here, there is the race that I run all day long. And you will catch stocks that are moving. If you want stocks that are moving, you'll catch them there. So I mean, I show you that guide because I could start talking about it, but you're going to forget stuff. So you should know where it is in the guide. And the guide, they did, I think, a really, really good job in the guide. Give me a moment. If there's any news on this one, this bond, BON. Yeah, don't see any specific news, but boy, out of nowhere, all this volume came in. China stock, 3 million in the float. That's why it can do what it did with that float. Yeah, no shorts at Interactive Brokers for BON. Yeah, you can do, I mean, there are other ones. Yeah, Rob, there are other ones. You can try them all, okay? I'm not saying my race is the be all and the end all. It's what I like, but you can try the price volume. I mean, they all work. It all depends on, what sort of alerts you're getting. And then when you click on them, do you like what you see? Again, I like this one, but again, it's not the be all and the end all. There are all sorts of different ways to construct the races. And one of the things I'm bound and determined to do is I don't want to have 4 or 5 races up and running. First of all, it may be a real drag on the system. It's pretty intense what goes on in terms of the calculations, I guess. So I I don't want to have a bunch of races. I've got one race and that's it, and that's what I'll concentrate on. Yeah, see this? I mean, we're starting to get a few coming in out of nowhere, TLIS. But I'm done. I mean, I'm not going to take any trades now, but hopefully tomorrow we'll get a few more early on and that have a little more follow through during the day too. That's the only thing I did not see really today. We had some excellent ones right at the beginning of the day, but instead of kind of resting and then moving again, they pulled back and maybe rested but didn't really move after. So that's what I saw anyway from the stocks that I was following. AMC toast. See AMC toast. Special dividend. So that was definitely a special dividend. The apes. Oh man. Oh, look at this now. Ugly guys. Ugly, ugly, ugly. It seems like yesterday that it was up to $30, 27. Oh yeah, it was almost yesterday. I'm talking the AMC. I mean, this one's got a chance, I suppose. I mean, look at this REUN. Again, I'm not doing it, okay, but I'm just pointing this out. I don't like the spread 406, 412, but you can kind of see how it's curling. And the high was way up here at 5. Now that was I remember this, it popped up and it came right back down. So I mean, you've got to be really careful. I mean, this is it's very volatile, but who knows? Maybe if some volume comes in, could have another run. And there he is.
And here I am.
Just give me a moment. I gotta find you first. There you are.
Here I am. I will go ahead and swap screens so you can be on your way.
On my bike. Yes, I will. Okay.
There
Thanks,
you go.
Chris.
Off
Okay.
and running, sir. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Bye.
Take care, Barry. Alrighty, everybody. I'm back. Hopefully you didn't miss me too much. For those of you that are unfamiliar, I take over at 3:30 every day on the YouTube side of things. And we just do it as an open forum here. Any questions you have about the platform, the software, some charts, anything like that, fire those away for me. I just got this chart of NERV up here. We talked about this earlier. For those of you that were here in the earlier session, this thing went skyrocketing up through $4. And that was really it. Couldn't really get it going, get it in gear again after that. I'll say at 3:27, my trading day is done. There was a few stocks I thought I might take a trade in later in the day, but never really materialized. INDO, heavy head fakes on this one. So, we can see here that push up coming into the noon session, and then it just could never really get it going. You know, you look back on this daily chart and you can see it's a pretty big deal, that area right there. So that's why I don't go in the middle of the day. And sure, there are stocks that I miss in between this time that'll go, but more often than not, they don't. And that's why I have my rule, and I rarely break it. And I just didn't think it was the day to break it. Although I was close with INDO, only because of, you know, Nat Gas being so strong. But we didn't, and we're not going to. And I am not going to be taking it now. Apron, same thing, right? Looked at Apron, made this push up, gave it back pretty hard right there, right? And tried to make the push up, couldn't do it. And then it really, I mean, that's really nasty what it just did there, because it took out the high of the day, even got a candle open above it, and then trade right back down again. So that's why, you know, I have rules. That's why you really play those rules out. REV, you know, same thing. What did I say with REV earlier today, right? I said you got a lot of people that, you know, can pump these things, small floats out there, all right? They start to try to get some interest going and some volume going, putting in some big buy orders, see if they can't get it up a little bit, and then pull the ripcord as it looks like other people are coming into that stock. And I mean, that's just nasty. That's absolutely nasty what happened there. I mean, is it possible? There might have even been news here for all I know, but I don't care if there was news. Was it the news that led the price action, or the price action that led the news, right? You tell me. Either way, as I said, that just felt like a trap to me, and it absolutely was. What the reason? Does the reason it was a trap matter? No, it doesn't. At least not to me, it doesn't. I don't need to know why always. Why isn't always our question to answer or to ask. Is the trade of the week and day trader idea? Trade of the week is meant to be a longer term hold, meant to be if it triggers before Wednesday or before Wednesday, a hold until that till Friday at close, I believe is what it's supposed to be. But it's up to each trader's discretion. The idea behind it is a longer one, but that's it. Is there any classes that I recommend? No, I mean, there's no specific class. I mean, I'd say just, you know, web search, maybe some YouTube videos, depending on what you're looking for specifically. But I think there's enough free information out there. I wouldn't go paying for a class. I didn't pay for a class. You know, I did most of my learning through the webinars, you know, the 5 o'clock Eastern webinars that we do. There's none last week or this week because of the test drive. But between those webinars and the traders room, you know, and a few searches here or there to understand, you know, what is a MACD, what is a SMA, what is an EMA, what is an RSI, you know, things like that. That's all I did. The rest was kind of on me. So sorry, no videos that I can point you towards, or classes no specific ones that I could point you towards. What else happened here? So yeah, DRUG, same thing. You know, got this really tiny float. You people running it right up, pulled the ripcord on them. I would also suspect, because we had a couple of weeks where a lot of these low floaters really ran, you're going to get people that have access to shorts, and, you know, a good short book, that as soon as they start to see this coming in, they're going to start, a group of them start heavily shorting it together and getting right out in front of that price action with their short orders before it can get that big momentum rolling. So the ebb and flow of things, the ebb and flow of trading. Something works for a week or two, then it busts down, and everybody moves on to the next thing working for a week or two. And the rotation, the merry-go-round, always going. Okay, other than that, I don't know. I don't have a whole lot else to comment on from the time that we were apart. I didn't do any other trading. I didn't do anything else. Nothing jumped at me. You know, ENVX, we talked about this. Same thing. Never really came back. Nighthawk, never came back. VIPS, never came back. So, you know, just wasn't there. GBNX, H never came back, right? Party City. I think we see a theme here, all right? Also, it would be worth noting, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that the SPY has just gotten pummeled the entire day. And this line that we drew here earlier, right? We came down, and we haven't been able to get above it again. All through that time, it fought with that line, kept it underneath. So I'd say the Bears get a very big win right now. Very big win. So make of that what you will. What else? What else? What else? And if we bring over a sector list here, I mean, not looking good again today. When natural gas is doing that, it's the only one. Not great. Interesting. Lithium is up. This inside day or Harami there. Not on a whole bunch of volume. I wonder. LTHM is a big lithium play. So, I mean, up 30 cents. What's the other one? Oh, I can't think of it now. Let's see if it has it listed under competitors. No, the one I'm looking for isn't there. Huh. Nope. This is another lithium play, obviously pretty down today, but it's not the one I'm thinking of. My memory fails me at the moment. Lack, yes, thank you. Thank you. Just too many symbols to remember them all. All right, so it looks interesting. That does not come up as a competitor. Strange. Yeah, almost the same price action as LTHM, interestingly enough. So, again, make of that what you will.
Husa.
And yeah, that's all I got. What else? Sorry, K-Web still doesn't look great. I mean, you can make the argument for descending triangle through here. It's not a great looking descending triangle. I'd like to see this back a little bit more. Maybe another bang or two on support right there would look a little nicer.
Hold it partially, though.
What else? USO. So just energy in general. But I don't think most energy stocks are going to follow quite the way energy is going, to be quite honest. Here's their XOP. The reason why the XOP, I think, holds a little stronger than the XLE overall is because XOP is a little more natural gas involvement for the exploration wells. But yeah, XOP, XLE. Interesting. They look kind of the same today. The action coming out of Friday looks actually a little better for XLE. But obviously $80 is a big deal right now on this here. A very big deal. I mean, that's it as far as the sectors go for any kind of life. I mean, everything else is getting drubbed today. Your semiconductors from both the SOXX and SMH They look real sick again. Cloud computing never really looked good. Retail looks like it's pretty sick again. I mean, you had, I think, what was it, Walmart and Home Depot or something last week or the week before reported some interesting numbers that the market liked. That seems to have been extremely short-lived. Extremely short-lived. What else? What needs to happen for DRUG to come back up? In all honesty, they probably need some kind of good news. That's like real good news. Other than that, I'd say it's a day trading vehicle, Peter. It's, you know, I would suspect there was some kind of phase 1 or phase 2 news or something like that came out for this year. And so it got its usual typical phase 1, phase 2 run up news. Now, I don't know if that's what the case was or not. I've never looked it up. And then, you know, you got this low float situation here and people piling onto it, but it's not, there's no institutions that are interested in this. There's no big players that are interested in this. This is all day traders. And then that's it. And then they pull the ripcord, you know, people, you know, getting in at these levels here and they're selling all the way through up here. And then you have other people jumping in here, unfortunately. Unfortunately, they're riding it back down this way. But there's no, you know, look at the chart. You know, there's nothing here that says, oh, this is a strong chart, let's get involved. I mean, this is a terrible looking chart for as far as a daily chart goes. I mean, I guess it IPO'd here and straight down since then and going sideways. So like I said, they had some kind of news here that got the stock up for whatever reason, but it wasn't any kind of sustainable news. So unless they have something come out that's big and major and is going to matter to the world, never coming back. Let's see, continue with some of these here. Jets looks about as bad as a chart could look right now. I mean, wow, that looks bad. Communication sector, equally as bad. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. You look at the sectors and you look at the big sectors, and then you look at the, you know, the Qs and the SPY. The Qs and the SPY don't look quite as bad as some of these sectors do, but I feel like when you look at all those sectors and you see how bad they all individually look, it tells a much better story of the overall market and the fact that we are still absolutely in a bear market. There you go, Peter. But that's all it is it becomes a lottery ticket. It's getting the trial, right? But there's no data on the trial if it will be good and whatever else will happen. So, you know, there's no investable news there. And so it remains a low float day trading vehicle at this point. Now, obviously, you know, they're probably going to have their inside investors and people that believe in the stock and invested in it from the get-go and stuff like that. But, you know, those are people that are, you know, part of a lockup period on an IPO and all kinds of things like that. So that won't have anything to do with the price action that we just saw. The price action that we saw was based on, the stock had some news. People are going to get interested in it for a day or two before it goes away. That's that kind of news that it was. So, and that's not to say that it won't have good news again in the future. No one can predict that. For all we know, it's human trials on whatever it's, you know, whatever drug it is going to go, you know, outstanding, and they're going to, you know, get all kinds of FDA approval and stuff like that. And, you know, things will go well. But at the same time, for all we know, it ends up being terrible data and they don't get approved for anything. And, you know, and that's that. So, so that's kind of that. My windows all look very good. I'm not sure what you mean by good. I mean, do you mean like they're organized? I mean, it just, you know, I have the charts in a doc and I have these races in a doc here. That's it. This is a free floating window. This is a free floating window. Your total running results for the day, you should have it in Brokerage Plus. You can look at, if you look at this here, This is what's going on for the day, that number. And if you have swing positions, this is the day plus your swing positions down there. You can always right click and there's different columns too. So this is what you have selected to view as data. And these are ones that you can select. So there might be something else that you want in here. And then, you can see your open P&L, closed P&L, the profit factor, what's going on, open positions, your win percent, average win or loss, exposure, and shares open down here as well. So those are all places that you can see those items. We've got 43 after the hour, just about 16 minutes and change here for us to wrap up for the day. What else? All right, home builders. Ugly. So, I mean, the more I look at this, you know what I see, and, I talked about this, sell off, a rally, a 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 sell off and sideways, a rally, a sell off. That's what I'm seeing right now. And it does look like that's going to unfortunately play right back into a full on bear market tape, the overall market right now. And again, I'd prefer if it didn't. Bear markets are not nearly as fun as bull markets for me, and I think for most of the world. But it's been a while since we had a sustained one, so law of averages and all that. Let's throw this to the side for now. We can go back and look at a few more sectors in a little bit here. I kind of covered what we covered earlier as far as some of these stocks going. Again, I mean, look at this. That is ugly. 800,000 in the float, though. I mean, you got to be careful with that stuff, man. Ugly, ugly, ugly price action. What else? EDGI. Now, not quite as low of a float, but same thing. A lot of head fakes on this thing recently. A lot of head fakes. Right? I guess that was a good move off 375. I mean, no. Right. I mean, 375 to 475. So, 1, 2, 3, 4 days to get there. And then got right up here and got smacked right back down. Oh, yeah, of course, Cody. Give me 1 second here. 1 second. Alrighty. So here on Brokerage Plus, up here should be your today totals. All right. And here should be your running total. So if you've got open positions that are swing positions for a couple of days. Yeah, Willow. The swing trading would have been the 2 weeks before that, after that, from that big run up. But, you watch price action and, regardless of where the market heads now, we know that we'll get some other rally again eventually, because the market doesn't go straight up or straight down, although when it's going down, it feels a lot more like it's straight down. But we will see another rally again, whether it's in 2 months or 3 months or in 3 weeks. Obviously, no one can predict that, but, we try to spot these trends and secondary trends. The primary trend right now, what we call the primary trend, is down. And so that was a secondary trend that had happened. And I'd say that trend has been broken. So, Cody, so that's where you see that on Brokerage Plus, these up here, right? And then, you've got this box down here to tell you a whole bunch. You can also look at the calendar tab here, and you can click on any of the dates, and it'll only work in the sim, and it'll bring up, whatever you've done in the sim and some, the daily activity on it for that day and all those items like that. And if you don't have the calendar tab, just go to new and look for calendar here, and that'll bring you out a new calendar tab.
NERV.
And there is NERV. Trying to get jiggy with it at the end of the day here, but with 11 minutes and change, no thanks. Look at that's nasty. Look at that spread. Look at how that opened. That opened up. It was 20 cents just a second ago. Back to 12. Close it down to 9. Nope. This thing might have a nice little pop to 5 in the next few minutes, but I am tired. It's the end of the day, and I don't see any benefit to trying to trade that right now. And so, yeah, INDO really making my point for me here on this one. Talk about a double top. I mean, bang, bang, goodbye. I'd keep my eye on it. I mean, 3 million in the float. We've seen it can run. Definitely if it shows up on the scanners over the next few days, I'll be interested. I'm going to want to see some hefty closing of price above $8. And sometimes I'm not going to get what I want. What I'd like to see is it get up, hold 8 for a few 15-minute candles, maybe 3, and keep the volume up to see something like that. But for all I know, it might just pass right by it and then never give me the entrance. And, it is what it is. It's a bummer, but that's just how it goes sometimes. But that's, one of the things that separates from when I'm being a successful trader and a not successful trader is that patience, not getting frustrated because I've been watching something and waiting for it to do something and it doesn't do what I anticipated it to do to get in. And instead of running and chasing it or buying it early of the anticipation, I'm becoming a bag holder. Too much red.
ENVX.
I'm sorry to hear that, Teddy. That's a bummer. I had Friday had I forget what I traded on Friday, and I gave back half my gains. It was very upsetting to me, but it was my own fault. I just didn't close a trade when I should have. I saw it was into resistance, and I got greedy, and I paid the price for it on Friday. So giving back half of what I'd done on the day. I can't even remember what it was anymore. I'll be honest, my brain is fried right now. Yeah, that's the thing with these small ones, and especially, like I said, we had a couple of weeks where a lot of this stuff ran, and so now people are jumping in front of it 2 ways. One, they're jumping in front of it with short orders, probably up high, and saying, all right, I'm going to go in short. I'm going to put a short order in, well up above. And you probably have a number of people that are doing that, possibly even organized amongst themselves. And then you also have another group of people that say, well, some of them go and some of them don't. So I got in early and I'm going to get out really early. And so you have a twofold situation here where the early people push the stock price up. And instead of holding it and continuing to ride that wave up like they were a couple of weeks ago. They're now selling very early and very quickly compared to what they were. So a mass, that matching set of sells from the short side coming from above and from the downside, saying I'm not going to ride this thing like I was previously. You got both those happening. So, anyways, that's that. What am I missing here? What are we missing out on? So we take INDO as an example. As it stands right now, I don't see an entry point, not where the price is right now. As I mentioned before, for me to be interested in this in any of the coming days, I want to see a few 15-minute candles close above $8, solid. All right, a few solid closes above $8, and I don't want to see the volume doing this and then getting out, and then doing that and then going down, and then doing that and going out down. I want to see more consistent volume in those candles. They don't have to all be going up, but I don't want to see the volume just completely disappear, and I want to see it hold above $8. I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes maybe. No hard and fast rule on that. But I want to see it hold above that for sure, for me to have any shot at attempting to even take a long on that. Anything short of that, I have zero interest in it right now. And even if I do that, you got $9 is a big overhead right there right now. So, let's just say I get all the things I want. It holds above 8, volume stays good, and we start to roll. You better believe as we get up towards 9, if we got up towards 9, I'll probably be taking some out at like the 875, 880, 890 area in anticipation of having trouble at 9. And if we have trouble at 9, I'd kill the rest of the trade probably pretty quickly, not let it ride back down. But as it stands right now, it couldn't get through this area, which tells me it's weak off of that area even. And we can see that volume here is much more than this volume here right now. Now, although Monday volume better than Friday volume, it's still not enough for me to be interested as a day trade. Now, someone as a swing trader might say, you know what? I like this. I could take the flip side of a coin and approach this a different way. I could say as a swing trader, all right, well, we know energy's strong. We've got kind of this established base at $7 we can see here, because once it broke $7 here, it moved up, came back, tested it, it broke below it, came back over it, tested it, tested it, tested it. So it's held 7. So someone as a swing trader might say, I like that as a stop, and I like 775 as an entry and a shot to take it back up to 9. I couldn't argue that strategy. They could say, well, we had this big pop in volume here, then a decrease, now we've increased in volume again. So, and energy is coming back on again. So, I've got my bullish reasons. I've set my stop loss. I've set my parameters, and that's what I'm looking at as a swing trade. And that would give you a 0.75 to 1.25 risk reward ratio. I think anything better than 1 for a risk reward ratio is okay to take a shot at, as long as you've got your rules and you're following it. REUN. I saw Barry looking at this earlier. That's interesting, but no volume. 500,000 shares traded on the day. I'm going to need a little more from you than that. It's hard to say because I wouldn't take it as a swing trade. As far as INDO goes, so my stop losses are conditional based on the price action of the day. Right now, I couldn't give you stop loss because anything I would use as my stop loss as a day trade right now is already triggered. Sometimes I use a rising 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart. Sometimes I use a rising 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart. Both are below it right now, so those two stops are dead. I can't use a previous 15-minute candle, which I use sometimes. That won't work. That's it. Those are my main stops. So my main stops they don't even exist right now for me to say I would get into it for a day trade. Yeah, of course, Mom. That's what I'm here for. I tell people often, I can't teach you how to trade. I'm not licensed. I'm not allowed to teach you how to trade. But I could talk about scenarios that I would look at, just like you gave me there. So I'm happy to do that, of course. And inadvertently, yes, it results in quote unquote teaching to trade without teaching to trade, if that makes sense. So, anywho, hopefully that gives you some food for thought, essentially, and anybody else that's looking at situations like that. And so with that said, nerve, whole lot of nada, off that pop in volume and noise. APRN might be worth watching tomorrow now, but here again, let's look back. I'm in a lot of trouble with that area right there, right? And if we look left, then if we get through that area, if we look left, then, there's up around 7 and change, possibly. So if this thing's got good action, good volume, and good price action, it's worth watching again tomorrow, I would say. I'm just not crazy about the stock to trade personally. It's just one of those ones that, this is why. When you see these big topping shadows like that, I don't like that stuff. It tells me that people have zero interest in riding this thing up. Everybody's micro scalping this thing. 10, 15 cents, bang, 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 in, out, in, out. I'd rather be in something where it looks like it has conditions where people are trying to ride the position a little bit longer than that. 30, 40, 50, $1, something like that. You don't see that in this as often as I would like, or on some of these bigger volume days anyways. Yes, there are days like this that go into it, right? For sure, there are some days where it gets rode. That day is a solid up day. You got 2 back-to-back here, but then the sellers come right back in. So I just don't like I don't like the way this has price action. I just don't care for it as to trade with in general. This is it. This is the only webinar that I do. I do Monday at noon, and then I do every day at 3:30 at this time. So this is it for me. The other webinars that Andy, Jamie, Steve, Dan, and Brad do, you can find them on our education page here. Here, I'll bring over the education page. So you can find them here. Like they go every other week. So one week is Monday, Wednesday. The next week is Tuesday, Thursday. And you can find those down here, daily webinars, this right here. Do that. And so you can see here, they put it at specific times here, but it's 5 p.m. Eastern. So I'm on the East Coast, so I always go by East Coast time. These will start back up again next week. And so that's, I did a lot of my learning from these webinars here. It's a lot of software talk, but there's enough trader talk in it that I could discern things, watching them talk about charts and look at charts and going over them. Very similar to what we're doing right now, to be honest with you. But the other part of it that's great with those webinars is they always have software content built in them. I don't come with any pre-done content. So, I don't talk about the software a whole lot unless people are asking me questions, because I don't know what to throw out there for the software. And I have so much other stuff that I do. I'm not coming up with a syllabus every single day, where these guys don't only have to do it once a week. I've got to do this 6 times in a week. So I'm not looking to come up with a syllabus every day. I leave it to an open forum here, where these guys are coming, I did this scan, or I got this from this scan, or I did it. And, so Andy and Jamie, especially, come up with a lot of scans very often. Steve's got a great well of scans he goes over in his. Same thing with Brad and Dan, and then Brad and Dan also give a different flavor than the other guys do because Brad and Dan are on the front lines of the development of the software. So you also get to see some like cool stuff coming down the line. Although, sometimes they tease stuff like way before it's coming, but it's still fun. It's still really good to see some of that stuff that they're doing and to put you in the mindset of, different part of the company with, both of them as, CEO and managing partner and all that. So, I throw that out there as far as those webinars go. They all have really good content and for slightly different reasons on each one of those, I would say. So let me get rid of that. Bring that back out on that screen. And sorry, I saw Ethan threw something in here. No way to create a 921. I'm sorry, Ethan. Crosses are a weird one. So yes, but no. Here's the thing with crosses. Let me bring over an alert window. We'll start a new alert window. We have for crosses these built-in ones, all right, for SMAs. They have a built-in volume confirmation in them. And so the volume confirmation has to be completed before the alert will trigger in those. When they were originally built, there's a lot less focus on crosses, I'll say overall, and a lot of head fakes. So that's why they were built in there, waiting for the confirmation to send the alert of that. Unfortunately, when we went back to the drawing board and tried to just pull the confirmation algo out of there for the volume, it's not just pulling it straight out the way it's written. Now I'm paraphrasing what the dev team has told us in support. So this is not my direct words, but more or less how I understand how it works. So these crosses are stuck like that for now. However, if someone wanted to build a cross alert, this is what I would suggest. First, find a 5-minute high. All right, and use that alert. Add alert. All right, make sure that's selected. Then I would send you to go through the SMAs that we offer as filters. Make this just filters. All right. And I would pick the two SMAs you're trying to find the cross on the time frame, right? And then give them values where they're kind of close to each other. So, for example, let's say I wanted an 8 period on a 15-minute. Let's add that filter, and I'm just going to give it a random value for the moment to hold its place. And then I wanted a 20 period on a 15-minute too. All right. And now, I'll build out the rest of the scan. Let's just give it a minimum of $4. Let's say traded, 250,000 shares on the day. All right. And what I would do here is use the show me function to give it kind of values like this where it's close. So maybe go with like a minus 0.2% to a 0.2%. So now you're looking at stocks that are no more than this much below the 8 period on a 15 and no more than that above it on the 15. And then I would do, minus 0.2. And then I would do the same thing on the 20 SMA, and I'm just giving it random values, and you could adjust these and play around with these, but I'm just trying to give you a kind of where I would head towards on building across. All right. And so now anything that alerts is going to be in and near those values. All right. And if we look at what happened today, and now here's on my 15-minute chart, I have a 20 SMA, and the 8 EMA is pretty close to an 8 SMA, not exact, obviously. But if we look back in history here, let's go today, you'll get the trigger, the timestamp trigger, because you have the 5-minute alert there. So that's a whole lot of things that were making that. But here, GDX in and around there crossing. Now it's flat, so it is what it is. So maybe you want to see something like, let's add see that's up from the open, maybe just, 2%, and maybe it had been flattening out for a little bit, but it's still a strong stock. Let's try that and see if that gives us something a little better to look at here. Let's look. So, all right, much less on the alerts. So INDO. So this made this alert of a cross coming here. Essentially, I mean, it's not looking for a cross, but it found it. If we drill down on this here, it found these moving averages near each other. Now, it took a while before it actually got going, but here the moving averages near each other. Unfortunately, the 20 was above. Here's another one with LAC, though, where the 8 EMA was coming up and crossing on the 20 SMA. It goes on a little bit of a run. GME never materializes. And so that's why I play with these values a little bit, so that maybe you can keep it so that the well, I guess you do want to try to find it where the 20 is maybe slightly above, actually. But you can throw other filters in there to try to get more direction of the price action too. I do not trade or scan in the pre-market or aftermarket at all, ever. However, I will share a scan that I built the other day for the aftermarket. Post-market racing. So here's this for post-market. I don't have anything for pre-market. However, let me see here. So what I would point you towards is this. And then here, I'm going to share this out. Let me give it a name. So 8, 15, 20, 15, cross. Use this as a template here for anybody that wants. And then as far as post-market stuff goes, give me 1 second. I'm going to show you something. So you can go new, see dock channel bar, and it's going to give you one of these guys here. And we have a pre-market and after hours channel right here. And you can click on either one of those and get some action in both of those channels as well. All right, for pre and post market. I think the post market one I shared with you is pretty decent, but you can load that, and you can load this too and have them both running. Do some people? I've heard a few people say it. I don't know that I necessarily believe it. I don't like trading anything with a big spread. There's nothing fun about that, because you get you got like a 30-cent spread on something, and you get one tick and you look like you're up, 3%, and you get the next tick and you look like you're down 3%. I mean, I'm not a fan of something like that. Maybe some thrill seekers are, but I don't equate trading with thrill seeking. So for me, no. That's nothing I would ever be interested in. Does it happen? Do I trade stocks with large spreads? Yes, it does happen for sure. But I would never, it's never something I'd be looking to do. That's for sure. There you go. You got him, Mohammed. I move that menu bar out of the way, and let me know, Ethan, if what I just shared with you makes sense, or if you have more questions specifically on that, or I didn't touch on something or didn't touch on it well enough. There are a few cross scans. Oh, last week I made mention that the Market Explorer was going to be premium. It's no longer premium. There's some big talk about it, and for whatever reason, it was going to be premium, and now it's not premium. So Market Explorer is not premium. It was for 2 days, apparently. So Market Explorer is back. And there are some cross scans in the Market Explorer that are pre-built. So if we go to select strategy, moving averages. You've got these different moving average crosses. And then if you want descriptions on all this, you can look at the user's guide section of it. Let me find that for you. And then Michael is making videos on every single strategy that's in the Market Explorer. Michael is making videos on it. And those should be published very shortly here. And yeah, Perfect Circle. I was hoping you were in here because I knew that you were really bummed about that. We went to bat for you, Michael and I. Really, Michael more than anybody else. That the Market Explorer shouldn't be premium. I get where the decision was coming from, that we want to add some more value to premium subscription, aside from Holly and the back tester. But for now, the Market Explorer remains. That's correct. No premium for Market Explorer. For now, Market Explorer remains back to standard. So I don't know what will hold for the premium down the road. I'm sure there's something that they're going to want to add to it. I know they just did the historical AI. I haven't gone into a lot of depth on it. I just know the basics on it so far, so I'm not going to really touch on that at all. But that is something new that's out there. And again, so in the Market Explorer, a lot of strategies in here. 821 EMA trend pullback. So Ethan, if you're here still, you just happened to mention the 821. I'm guessing you were meaning an 821 EMA. We have something in here for it, as a matter of fact, in the Market Explorer already. So you might want to check that out. That might just be up your alley. Yeah, of course, of course. So to get to the Market Explorer, we got to have our menu bar up here, right? And we're going to look for New and Market Explorer. You're good, Perfect Circle. You're good. You're good. It's all good. So yeah, that's that. What else? What else? What else? Yeah, again, there's just so much in this Market Explorer, kind of crazy. There we go. So you've got these different gap fills. So in this 10 SMA play that Steve and Michael have been really actually focusing a lot on this recently. For you Strat fans, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Strat strategies in there now. You got your Bollinger Band squeezes. Bear and bull flags. I'm sure she'll appreciate that, keeping on to the China set. So that Pet, we talked about this one earlier. Made a nice move during the day today. And nice move on the market close. A little bit of volume in the after hours right now. Interesting. No, it's not a premium feature, Mohammed. It was going to be. It was going to be a premium feature, and I guess we decided not to. I'm using the royal we because I don't make any decisions here. I'm just part of the crew. I leave the big decision stuff to the smart people. there we go. What else do you have for me today, everyone? It's premium in your application? Huh. Can you open it? What happens if you try to open it? Okay, it might have to be come out in the next build then, because they moved it to premium a couple of days ago, and then they moved it back. But I'm on a different version than you guys. I'm a version up right now. I'm on 5.6.5. So it might take a day to push back through the pipes to you guys. Sorry, but it's not premium, and if you don't have access to it today, you'll have it tomorrow, or the next day. Sorry about that. All right, and all seems to be quiet now. The market closed. Can't expect there's much on my evening scan right now. So I went from having it kind of full for a week or two again to pretty empty again. And so there's more there than I would have thought. So when I am swing trading, which I'm not currently, this is my go-to scan. Southwestern Energy, that does look good though. That looks like a nice chart. That holds up over 8. I'm going to take a shot at that tomorrow. If energy continues to do what it's doing. That's a really good setup right there, actually. Have a stop somewhere down in this range here. And a play for $10. An entry somewhere around the 8 to 820 range. It's not a bad looking setup right there at all on SWN. I'm not condoning buying it. I'm just saying, not a bad looking setup. VIPS, no, it's China, and I don't trust China. Well, it's nice price action here. And, that's a big deal, that area. But it does set up a potential good risk reward. Down here, you're wrong. Up above this level, looks good. So you're looking at just under $30 stop for a possible 35 target. That's a good risk reward right there. BNO. What does BNO look like? BNO. I would note that the stock is not very liquid, in my opinion. Traded just under 500,000 shares for the whole day, and it was doing just under its normal relative volume. So that's first and foremost for me. When I see charts that look like this, when you've got gaps in between prices on intraday charts, and it's not because of halts. I mean, there are quite a few here. I stay right away from stuff like that. So I would start with by putting a minimum volume filter in of, let's say, I don't know, 250, 300,000, something like that. And then you wouldn't have even seen that till almost 3 o'clock, essentially, well past this crazy price action through here. Oh, bond. Whoops. Let's do that. I would say this, just don't go chasing it. You essentially have all the price done, like a massive move here. So I'm guessing, you must have grabbed it somewhere towards $4, I'm guessing, which means, you're grabbing that thing after it's gone up like 15, 16%, something like that. And, that's a hefty chase there. You got to really believe it's going to go to the moon for whatever reason, behind your trading strategy and plan there. So I would say it's more of a discipline thing and not running right after something that really makes a move like that. Especially look at where it's coming from and then look left at $3, massive amount of resistance there. And then a bunch more here at $4. So, key being don't chase and look left. And know that by not chasing, there's going to be plenty of times where the stock continues to go without you, and you just have to accept that and live with that. So, but if you count every time that a stock, quote unquote, goes without you when it became a chase, and how many times if you chased it, it came right back down and would have left you bag holding. And I'll bet you see something like a 7-to-1 ratio, 7 times out of, 1 time out of 7 will you have been right, and you'll be bag holding 6 or better. So, yeah, I mean, there wasn't, there's no historical anything for you to see a pullback and want it to hold at this point either. The stock came out of nowhere. Look at that volume, came out of nowhere, where at least, I don't even know if something did that today where it came back at all. Everything kind of gave it up. I guess, all right, apron. We could have said here, apron, there had been interest in it from the get-go today, right? Interest, good volume, pulls back, gets some more volume in it, gets some price action going, pulls back, gets some volume back into it again after that pullback. Because notice the pullbacks were all on lower volume like that, right? But after it had been established that it was an interested party today versus BON, BON, there's no interested party in this today until right out of the blue. And with 3 mil in the float, the other thing to do is recognize. Now, there's no way to just cut this out of your screen, because then you're going to lose other stocks that look like this too, but back here, unfortunately. So you got to kind of recognize what's playing out through the entire day here. I think that would be one of the keys for you, is where you separate just the scanning from the trader part of it all. Like I said, on apron, we could see there had been interested parties in it early in the day. Here, you had a 3 million float stock that came out of nowhere and went right back to nowhere. And so I suspect, for whatever reason, someone got a hold of this and ran it right up. Now, maybe I'm wrong, and this is the start of something bigger in the coming days. But, I mean, that's not a bet I'm willing to make. Let me know if that makes sense there, Teddy. MRIN. Hello. They have earnings? Nope. That's right out of nowhere. So they must have just had an after-hours announcement here, because look, there's that 15-minute candle. Here's your second 15-minute candle. That just came out of nowhere. Look at it on a 5-minute. Yeah, you had nothing in this until, 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes into it, and then it started happening 20 minutes in the post market. Out of nowhere. I'm curious. Yeah, right there on the right there on the race. CISO, but no volume. And no more volume, but it did have some big volume in it for a second there. So MRIN drops to the bottom of the list now because it's pulling back. Yeah, but here's the thing with small stocks. Let me give you the tip that was given to me that has saved me so much, so much. Just assume when you have these small little price stocks that are low floats, it's never coming back. Just assume every one of them's never coming back, and that's that. That's not to say none of them do, but be under the assumption that the likelihood of it coming back is near zero, and that will help you weed out. I feel like at least that's something that I personally have taken and done and has benefited me greatly. You can set a price alert, and again, if it goes without you, so be it, right? Happens. But I'll bet you'll find probably 9 times out of 10, it ends up coming back and never doing anything. So you set a pullback price alert, create price alert, long, save at the price that you want. So now it made this run up, and then watch if it triggers, right? And then if it keeps falling below it, keep bumping your price alert down with it as you go along. That's what I do all day long. Look at all these, I had no price alerts today with the exception of this one here because I thought it was IPOing today, but it's tomorrow. And I'm going to erase every one of these price alerts later tonight, except for that one, and that's it. And I move these things up and down all day long as they get set off, and I'm very patient. I wait, bide my time. And it keeps me from running into trouble, essentially. By first, just knowing that 9 out of 10 of these, when they pull back, it's not a pullback. That's over. And then by putting up some price alerts so I can continue to follow along with it. So with all of that said, that is going to do it for me today here, folks. Tomorrow, Tuesday, you get Michael Noss at noon. I'll be back here at 3:30. The rest of the week unfolds as normal as well, as far as I know. Jamie Wednesday, Steve Thursday, Andy Friday. It's a bear market. I haven't said that probably in a couple of weeks because of the price action we had, and I was a little bit, hopeful it wasn't going to be a bear market anymore. But the bottom line is it's a bear market, folks. That's all there is to it. Treat it as such. Remember, some of the biggest rallies we have ever seen are in bear markets, right? So that could have very well just been what happened to us here on the SPY, right? This very well could have been a beautiful bear market rally off one bottom that shortly becomes another pivot line. Will it? I have no idea, but you better believe that we are in a bear market still. Just as simple as that. As true as the sun will rise tomorrow, we are in a bear market up until we get back up here. When we get back up there, then we can talk about not being in a bear market. We are a long ways off from that happening right now, though. That's for sure. So thank you all again very, very, very much for attending. I appreciate all the questions, comments, and interactions as always. We'll do it again tomorrow. Barry will be back at 9 a.m. Like I said before, Michael will be tomorrow at noon, and again, me at 3:30. So you will have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Monday, wherever you are on this spinning globe we call Earth, and we'll see you tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.